I don't know. I'm not really down, but I mean, I am. I had a panic attack last night, so I was very... This morning, I was very slow to get up. My mum, like, was talking to me. She was like, Anna, we're going out in a minute. I was like, okay, have fun wherever you're going. And she had, like, a conversation with me, and then went, you are awake, aren't you? And I was like, no, I guess not. Like, have I not been talking to you for the last 3 minutes? She was like, well, I was just making sure you were up so that I don't have to put the cone on the dog. I was like, I don't think that dog needs the cone at the minute. He seems to now we've actually cleaned up where he was chewing himself and put some cream on it and stuff. He seems fine. But she's just like, are you awake? And I was like, no. She even went, oh. And I was like, Mum, I'm literally talking to you. I am awake. I'm about to get out of bed. I am fine. But yeah, after Thursday, I've had a hard time with stuff, so we're gonna try. I'm taking my hoodie off now because it's got warm and I don't want to open my curtains. Open my windows. But yeah, we're gonna do a try. I've got my notepad. After this stream, I'm gonna take a picture of my notepad and put it in Discord so people can see all the notes and all the theories I'm writing down. Theory crafting in here. I will put that in Discord after stream because we'll have another page 100% done at that point. But I need space to write things down and I need my good pen. I have 3 pens that are running out that I don't really need right now in my face. I have 1 pen that's definitely going to work. That's the pen I need to keep with my book. That is the book pen. The other pens are the ones that I use at other points. Sorry, my brain is not the best and my hands aren't really working, which is why there's nothing that doesn't have a lid on my desk right now, because I cannot trust myself not to drop stuff on my mouse again. I also have chocolate here. I have counters. Okay, I'm unorganized. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a bit flustered, guys. I'm a bit flustered. How is everyone else doing, though? Let's stop talking about me being a fucking head case. How is everyone else doing? That's what I usually talk about. I usually spend time asking you guys how you guys are doing. Not spend all this time whining about myself. Does the chocolate have the lid? The chocolate doesn't. But I'm pretty sure if I drop chocolate counters on the mouse, he would be fine. Oh god, I'm also, Spear Pike, thank you so much for the gigantic eye gas. I always forget I made that an emote. And welcome in, Cabron. Let's get in. Oh wait, no, we're not doing that. That's how we're doing it. Yeah, I think that's why I did it, because I made that. So basically, my new emotes I make aren't really emotes. They're not really stuff I've made for emotes. It's just me practicing drawing. But like, I have those your character here sheets, and I've been like taking some of them and making them into like things that I can use on thumbnails and stuff like that. And that one I made specifically for one of my thumbnails for one of my YouTube videos. And Warted really liked that one. And I think I put it up because I do, like, I'm a big Sherlock Holmes fan. I'm a big detective fan. And, like, I kind of need one of those, like a notebook one, because, like, I just detect all the time. Like, that's my favorite thing, is to do detecting things, working out puzzles and stuff. So I think I added, but I always forget I added it, because I don't actually personally like that one very much. Not that I don't, like, I don't dislike it, but, like, it was from a sheet with the like style that I don't like as much as the other style. But I've always said I'm going to go back and work on these again afterwards anyway, so I'm sure I can fix whatever. Like, it's not even that I dislike it. I just like the face being chubbier. I can make the face chubbier without much problem, to be fair. I like having, like, the more rounder face emotes than the long ones with the actual necks. Wait a minute. So, welcome in Cabron and welcome in Presto. Sorry, I am so flustered today. I apologize. If you weren't here on Thursday, horrible things happened on Thursday, and I'm very, very anxious today. I'm a very anxious being, but I will get there. I'm sure I will get there. How is Cabron? Well, how's everyone been? Fictional said she's doing good. She's been up for a few minutes. Warted is fucking sat here flexing on every one of his Belgian bloody buns. Was gonna say it was load state 1, yeah. And I have to use X and Z to move the dialogue because if I click with the mouse, it skips stuff. I wrote that one down. Hey, wait, do I see Junpei lore? You will see Junpei. We are doing 999, so Junpei will be here in a second. I'm always detecting. The Hildebrand way. Sorry, man. You don't want to be sorry. You want to be happy you missed it. There was some horrible... Like, it's not even bots. Like, Leo was right last night when he called them trolls. They were trolls. They were people. They weren't bots. It was a targeted attack on me, and it was horrible. And it's kind of shit. I'm not gonna, like, say what they did because, like, I could probably get, like... If they're still watching, they could clip me out of context and then probably get me banned. So there's no point saying anything about it. But it was horrible. If you missed everything that happened in stream and then afterwards in the Discord, good. Good, because they then got into the Discord and they posted a lot of horrible stuff in Discord as well. And I'm glad that I missed some of the stuff that happened in Discord because I was panicking. And Avia, who had half a foot out the door, had to sort my problems out for me. And Ward as well. Ward was also there. I don't know who did what, but I do know that Avia was the one that deleted the stuff in general, or at least some of the stuff in general, because she told me. Which is why I always go to Avia, because Avia was the one that was constantly like, I've done this and I've done that. I'm like, I'm sure Warted also did some stuff, but Warted hasn't taken credit for it, so it sticks in my mind that it was always Avia. Doing well, waking up and playing Fear and Hunger. Why are you waking up and playing Fear and Hunger? At least get some food in you. Like, get some food in you first. Enjoy Fear and Hunger, though. I've always been kind of interested. Warted, if your buns are bloody, you might want to see a doctor. True. Warted, thank you so much for the 2 gigantified emotes. Of course, if you haven't seen it, I have to go to this screen. If you haven't seen it, oh, Fuji Tech is having a moment. Wait a minute. Let me just turn that off. They will update themselves. If you want to see what Warted is currently wearing, this is a picture of Warted right now at his desk, ready to give out all the cookies that people want. Yes, I did draw Warted as Pearl from SpongeBob in a made-out outfit. But line up for cookies from Kinky Boo Warted in the corner. That is Warted's one job. See, Leo isn't the only person that can do shit posts sometimes. I too can also do shit posts. I too can also do the shit post when I want to. Junpei has leveled up. He will. Actually, I've been playing the Steam game off lights. Like, I'm gonna do whatever I do on stream, off stream on the Steam version. And I'm picking up on some little differences because you don't get the narrator, right? Because it's voice acted, they give a lot of the narrators voice lines to the characters. And you pick up on a little bit different. Like, most of my theories I've written down so far are from listening to the voice acting. So it was very interesting to play the 2 games side by side. That's awful. Why would anyone bother to do that? I don't fucking know. It was just... If you missed it, then you really, really are lucky because it was just horrible. You didn't deserve that shite bet. Thank you, Steer. Thank you. It was a day. It was a fucking day. The game is brutal. I've always heard it was brutal. Leo was meant to play that at some point. Leo was meant to do a Discord stream of Fear and Hunger, and he just never has. Not to call him out or anything. Can I have a cookie? Dream Pie Persona. Okay, so for a quick recap, I've got some stuff. So we went through Dwarf 5 first, for anyone that wasn't here last week. We went through Dwarf 5. We went in with 7 and Snake. There was a safe with a dial lock in that room that we could maybe go back to. There was a really cool, like, I was really proud. We did a music, what do you call it? A music puzzle. That was really fucking cool. That was super cool. And I managed to get that on my own, even with my, it was very easy, actually. I was happy with how they made it very, accessible to everyone. Oh yeah, thank you for the, spoiler. For the spoiler thingy pick. I'm sure someone would have reminded me to do a pinned message, but thank you. So we went through Dwarf 5 basically. The casino ones were really, really cool. I really like the stuff in there. Then we came back, we lost Snake, we don't know where Snake's gone. I'll share with you my current theory. So obviously, as Fix just said, don't tell me anything, don't like try to sway me if you know the answers, but I'm not sure I think that Snake is the bad guy, because I've played this game before and I've got one ending, and I'm not sure if I remember or not, but I have a feeling like maybe we found Snake dead or something at the end of that ending. I don't remember, but when I was playing it off stream, like the fact that 9 was going on constantly, that someone, that he lied to me, and that Snake already knew what all of this was doing because he had something in his pocket that he'd read in Braille. And no one can read Braille either other than him. So you don't know what the fuck's on that bit of paper, right? So I believe that Snake might have killed 9. Whether that makes him the bad guy or not, I think he did it on purpose. That's my Snake theory. Literally titled Snake Theory. And then I also, like, something that I don't think I picked up on. I might have picked up on it last time I played it, but I didn't pick up on it last week. Was the fact that, like, Vic keeps telling me that everyone definitely was, was kidnapped at the same time on the same day, and it's only been like half a day since they were kidnapped at midnight, you know? But that genuinely means there are 9 people that kidnapped people. And in that, I can't remember if this is something like, I don't know whether to say this or not, because I messaged Boyd as well one day this week saying that I kept getting Saul mixed up with what I do know from playing the game of 999. And like every time I go through the beginning bit, I just think of that Saul film when Amanda goes back in, right? And like Amanda's the bad guy. And she's like, We're all related some way. Yeah, because we're criminals, right? I keep getting that mixed up and being like, are they all criminals? Wait, are they all criminals? Are they all criminals? Is this because they're all criminals? But I'm pretty sure that's just a Saul thing. But I haven't, and again, don't tell me if I'm right or wrong, because I have played this game before. I haven't gone back to look at that playthrough, and I don't really remember much of it. But I have vague feeling that I know that they all kidnapped each other. But that might not be right. But let's say there's definitely 9 people that did the kidnapping, because someone had to kidnap all these people. Or at least everyone had to have an individual person that had kidnapped them, right? It wasn't just 0 that kidnapped them, because they were all apparently kidnapped at the same time and stuff. That's why I thought that. Yeah, basically. Let me have a look. Hello, police. I am the police. Are you the police? Are you a penguin? You're not a penguin. Leia, when are you making yourself a penguin? One thing about the optimal story progression, well, not the optimal story progression, but the story progression in general is the Steam version has a flowchart, so we shouldn't get too lost. Because if I do feel like I don't know what I'm doing, I can double check on the Steam game. So we shouldn't get too lost. We should be able to figure it all out without the guide. But yeah, if I do decide that I want help or anything, I will be asking Fictional and Warted personally. Maybe Steerpike. Steerpike knows lots of things as well. Maybe Steer, but I know Warted and Fictional have the non-spoiler guide. So they can, like, just be like, left, right, door, person, button, you know? Like, they could just give me the one word spoiler I need instead of, like, having to explain something, right? It's just a theory, a snake theory. Thanks for watching. You haven't played this in years? Well, Steerpike is now my backseater. That's the kind of backseating I like. That kind of, you know, that kind of, wow, I have a vague recollection that maybe you have to press the left button. Maybe the right button? He only played like 2 hours. Yeah, it doesn't get you very far, 2 hours. I played it like, wow, I played it the other day. I'm not even at door 8 yet, which is the door we've gone through. So we're in door 8, basically, with Lotus and Clover, and I like Lotus. Just so people know. I don't actually like Lotus. I have no feelings to Lotus, but I feel bad for Lotus because she keeps getting, like, picked on for no real reason. She is kind of, like, out to save herself, but I'm not going to really judge her for that. Like, I've always said I don't judge characters in games like this for, like, looking out for themselves and doing the things they have to do to survive, because I'm pretty sure if I was in this situation, I would happily just be like, leave me behind. I would just, I'm useless anyway. I will probably die of a heart attack in the next room. Just leave me behind. So I'd never feel bad for someone who was like, you know, being ruthless to make sure they survive kind of thing. So I don't have like a bad feeling for Lotus yet. But the game wants you to have a bad feeling because she's the opposite of, June. And I said this last week, like, one of the things I really hate is when you've got a character like June who's like sweet, but won't melt in their mouth kind of character, and the main character loves them, right? And then you've got a character who's a little bit more, and it's always female as well. It's always female characters. You've got another character who's more like brash and, you know, in your face, usually with less clothes on than the other one. And they're instantly the bad character because women shouldn't be like that. And then I still don't get why our character has jumped on the, well, Snake and Clover can't be brother and sister because they don't look alike thing. Because that is such a weird tangent for the main character to go off on. It was such a weird thing. So we play the game. I've been rambling for 30 minutes, guys. I genuinely have been talking shit for 30 minutes. Where has it got us? Absolutely nowhere. Spoiling the ending, but 999 was the friends we made along the way. A canine? What do you mean you canine? What do you mean you canine? How dare I give such accurate description of it? It's not even just visual novels, is it? It's kind of like, just like, you look at all the big games through time that have two characters of similar thing. They're always female. You're always meant to go with the well-dressed, you know, sad little girl. And also 50-50 whether that sad little girl is the mastermind, by the way. Because that's the other thing, you know, make the innocent one the bad guy, because, no one would think of that. Just, I now suspect every girl like that. He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of the room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table. That looks so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him. You don't think that thing is going to suddenly sit up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know. Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hand white. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Isn't she meant to be like a youngster, like an actual kid? Junpei walked over to her and as kindly as he could spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away. What are you talking about? What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet. What? I can't be quiet if I want to. Well, I mean, of course you can. Okay then, if I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay? Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, and then suddenly, Junpei, you just don't get it. Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backwards a few steps, alarmed. My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind. Something happened to him. Something bad. Junpei had nothing to say. Clover is 18. Still pretty young. Lotus jolted from her mannequin nightmares, but Clover's voice turned toward... I like the fact that, like, you've got Clover, who's just, like, sad about her brother. Then you've got Lotus, who's like, there's a mannequin, it's gonna kill me. I've watched enough Doctor Who to know what happens with mannequins. What are they called? I can't remember what they're called, the mannequin ones. The living plastic, aliens. Oh, what are they called again? God damn, I can't remember. They were even in New Who. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei. Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone. The auto... That's it! Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, Leo, did you finish your game last night, by the way? She's only 18, so she's technically an adult. She's definitely meant to seem young. So she's technically... Oh, yeah. I did read that correctly, and then didn't understand what you were saying. Yeah, like... I very much feel like they definitely wanted to make sure all these characters were adults. Which is a nice change from Danganronpa, where they all were portrayed as children, but were probably adults. I think they were all meant to be 16, but they were really 18 because the 2-year time gap. Except the other Danganronpa that does not count, because I am not counting it as canon because that was sick. But yeah, like, it's nice to have a cast of adults. And I'm hoping there's nothing weird about Clover and Snake, because I don't want there to be anything weird. Mainly because our characters called it out. Like, if there was something going on with their relationship, I'd rather it be something, you know, we figured out later, and not just our character being like, this is weird because they don't look the same, you know? It wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if there's, like, something behind the scenes with Snake and Clover, but it would annoy me if we were correct and, like, we would led to that kind of thing by our character being like, they don't look the same. She's got pink hair and he doesn't, you know? Because that's what our character came down to. Like, I don't know. There's some threads in this that will probably end up being very clever, but at the same time, I feel a lot of them are going to be, like, things I personally don't like as a detective fan. It won't ruin the story or anything. I'm not saying that, but, like, so some of the comments, like, the main character makes, I'm just like, Can you stop making these comments, please, me? I do not want to make these comments, me. I did. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sorry I had to leave your stream. I was having a bit of a moment, and I needed to go and sit in a shower for half hour. Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei and Lotus could say anything, Clover began to walk quickly away. Hey, wait, Clover, hold on. He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Oh, my model is having a moment. Okay, I think I'm back. I think I'm not shaking anymore. Second one lasted a bit. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy them as much as I thought you would enjoy them. I'm sorry I wasted your final stream before your holiday. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway, cutting the wall in front of her. Cutting the wall. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway. Bloop. Boobs? She is boobs. She is the boob. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in. What the heck? Also, I do feel bad because I made you play those games and you didn't enjoy them as much as I thought you would, and I felt bad. But oh wait, before I go on, just so people know, I did buy 428 Shibuya Scramble and World's End Club. So we do have 2 of the other games these guys made as well to play after this. You can shush me all you like. I'm still gonna apologize. I'm still gonna apologize. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis. Wait, I've already read that. But what the heck was going on here? Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could. Hang on, I'll get it open. Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The 3 of them pulled as hard as they could, but... To be fair, if all 3 of them are pulling, Clover is going to be pulling them against each other. She needs to push. Also, it came down, so they should try lifting, not pulling. I'm helpful. And this is why you want to leave me to die in an escape room. Because I will be that helpful in a corner. I will be that helpful. At least that helpful. Ugh. Damn it, it's not moving. But wait. Are you just gonna give up? Just like that? No, I'm not giving up. This has gotta be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. Just what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there. Oh yes, I'm on it. I'm also gonna do rain code when it comes out. As soon as it comes out, pretty much. I would love to do it on the weekend, Fig, but I think you want to see Ace Attorney more than that, and Ace Attorney is going to probably take me the rest of the year to get through, because a great Ace Attorney is wordy. You've been apologizing, Shin, and actually in the game. Do we need Fig? Do we even need Fig today, then? Yeah, Fig, go home. Fig, I'm going to be Fig today. Watch me fail at this. No, I made the puzzle joke last week. I can't make the puzzle joke again. Junpei, do something, please. Silver handrail. Clover, there's a door in the back, isn't there? Wait right there. I'll take a look. Is his name Jumpy? Oh, his name is Jumpy. His name is Jumpy. Oh no, it's locked. I can't get it to move. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. So bulletproof glass then. Okay. Oh, we had freezers in Danganronpa. Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, it says anhydrous ethanol. Hydrous. Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, that's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. It can even erase marks left by a permanent marker. I mean... Wait. Deodorant also removes permanent marker. Just so you know. I wanted to check to see if my deodorant had ethanol in it. Mine does not. A whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. But I guess that's all there is. Okay. The mouse. The keyboard. This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oops, yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Just sticking the power cable in isn't going to do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. Okay. Is this called, like, the... What was this called? The laboratory. Yeah, let me write this down. Are those 9 doors? Yes, we need to go through the 9th one. So does hand sanitizer... Hand sanitizer does have ethanol, though, in it. Or at least some of them, right? How was I doing this on the other one? Lotus Clover. Alright, let's put laboratory here. Laboratory. Alright. Sorry, I am making extensive notes. Extensive notes. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. Alright, so that's one... Oh. Unless it's just wrong. That says 12, not 1. It says 12... 12:25? I'll put 1:25 just in case. It's either 1 or 12:25. What does my notes say on the boobage going on here? My notes on the boobage say huge. Huge honkers is what it says in my notes. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these. Which one? The one on top, I think is a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that. I have a power cable. Giant naturals. A winning smile. Without being present in water, as most ethanol would be used in a solution. Oh, okay. Thank you, Watered. I am going to write that down in my notes. I draw it. This is definitely a power cable. Do you remember if we ran into anything that didn't have power? Oh my god. That clue was like a slap. Stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful, right? This is a really old type of keyboard. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine on in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. Give it a rub. It's cold today. It was a bit cold just a minute ago. But, like, as soon as... I don't know if it's just me, because, like, I started stream or something, but I'm starting to get really warm, so I've got my fan on a little bit now. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. Okay. There are 2 levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. Looks like this door is the exit. The door on the right just goes to the laboratory. Nope, this door isn't going anywhere. No dice. It won't open. I mean, that's about as much as I expected. I don't think Zero would let us out of the room quite that easily. Hey, Clover, there's a door over here, too. Wait, I'll be right there. I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Damn it. I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? It won't work. I can't even move the knob. Okay. BRP shower time stand watch warted. Thank you for being so sweet and standing watch over me, Leo. Hey, Dogma. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone's probably used it to make the table black. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase the ink from... Yeah. Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. Why are the tables because... Alright, I need to go to the door. Exhibitionist. The thing is, he won't give us these pictures. There's been many times when I've seen him post a picture just to delete it before I can see it because he's got his ass on show or something because he was naked. One day, I will get that elusive picture. And that day, I have blackmail right there for him forever. Just working. How's everyone? Yeah. I hope work goes well for you, buddy. This is like an examination table. There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. I think this thing's a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here, like resistance values and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter, and is this the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope, nothing. No power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. Okay. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Not kidding, just kidding. Please, don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Wait, do we have to find something for her to wipe it with? Cardboard box. There are some papers and stuff in it. What's in the box? It looks like it's quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiment, but it's... Sorry. I needed to do a sneeze. But it's already technical and stuff. I don't really get it. Cardboard box filled with papers. I couldn't take paper from it. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. There's nothing in there. Thank you, thank you. Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Use... Soak it in ethanol, then use it to wash off all the stuff on the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay, so I've got to soak the cloth with ethanol. Oh, this is a cloth on the table, okay. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol and... Junpei, it's working. It's wiping the permanent ink off, huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them through the bars? Okay, Roger. Alright, we're going to the bars. Here, Junpei, I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. People with numbers on it acquired. Alright, onto the file screen. Was it? October's note there. Alright, I got a grid. 3, 4, 1. Okay. Alright. So it isn't working. Power cable, huh? Wait, did I not have the power cable just selected naturally? No, I did not. This monitor doesn't have a power cable. So one end of the cable needs to be connected to a monitor, and the other end needs to be plugged in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Oh, well, shoot. I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not going to fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're going to need a plug to change the power cable to with 2 prongs. That's right. Of course it wouldn't be that simple. Order papers. Down for various bits of equipment. Some of them might be useful. Hey Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Guess she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. Cable on the monitor has it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug the cable and bring it over here? Okay, but well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for. Okay, can you hold on for a little bit? And back down she goes. Alright, unplugged. I'll hand it to you over at the bars, okay? I do kind of like that you do have to go to the bars. Here you go, the 2-prong plug. Thanks. Alright, combine. Okay, put the 2-prong plug onto the head of this power cable. Boom. Now we can plug it into the monitor. Ooh. Go too fast. Alright, I've got a 2-prong power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. And let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor. With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. Huh? It's actually working. So it would seem. Isn't that kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we've just plugged in. So why is it working? Maybe it's a wireless display. Clearly, this is a reasonable explanation to Lotus. A wireless display. Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? You most certainly had not, but... Is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. As they spoke, the lines of letters suddenly stopped and disappeared. The only thing left on the screen was the word pass, followed by a colon. It looks like we need to enter a password. Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere. Could you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you gonna do? I'll see if I could do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and right. Alright, let's kick some ass. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. And before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire. What? Junpei was for once at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't. What kind of job do you have? What are you? I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit. Why? Lotus blinked. Huh? Oh, it was just something. She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell. This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen. What are you doing now? I'm gonna try and brute force it. Brute what? A brute force attack is, well, the short version is that I just attacked the thing, head on. The long version, without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain. A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher, she told him. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it takes a very long time. The thought of doing something like that made Junpei feel tired, but Lotus explained that she was writing a program that would run just such an attack on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly, but given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do. Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little awed. Oh, but back to what we were talking about earlier. What were we talking about? The wireless display. It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it? How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an additional problem for you, alright? So you enter 1 plus 1, the screen will show you 2. See, isn't that strange? No, not really. Well, come on now, of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 plus 1? The main computer, right? You said it's connected to the monitor wirelessly. Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Ah, I see. So this wire supplies power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes, just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear. Therefore, it must be this device which does the calculations. But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that. Because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly. Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head. So, what are you trying to say? Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe... What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that, huh? Well, let's just say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting, so stimulating this part of the brain causes this person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. You get it? It's just like this monitor. Maybe the brain is just an output device like this monitor. Maybe our thought process actually occurs somewhere else in the main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications, we can imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains where we experience that information as thoughts. Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her. Because she's got boobs! The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else. Did Lotus really think that, he wondered. It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre cultist religion. No, it doesn't. Maybe it's the cause of Seven's amnesia. Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued. If memory is actually stored somewhere else in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged. I suppose that would explain aphasias and blindsight too. Perhaps they actually can speak with C. The monitor just doesn't function properly. Guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing. But wait a minute. What? He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess. But he'd never heard the word prosopagnosia before. What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia? Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head. Nope. What is it? Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. Oh, I've heard of that one. I have heard of that one before. I think I knew someone, like, very briefly that had a problem like that. The bra don't even contain a third. It keeps the nipples that big, Cabron. All you need is to hide the nipples, right? I like that we're going to see Lotus's skill today. I'm happy to see them. Like, I'm happy that the game gave her a personality. Like, I know this writer does better jobs than the one that does, Danganronpa at fleshing out characters that are stereotyped. So I'm happy to see it. I'm not so happy that he obviously let the guy from Danganronpa be the main character. Because this whole, well, she's got boobs. So how does she know about computers thing? Is getting very old at this point. Like, extremely fucking old. I also feel like I need to write this down. Oh, we're in an ad break anyway. How did we spell that? Was it crossbow? Thank you, Warded. I got the O and the P the wrong way. O P A G nausea. Thank you, also fictional. You're gonna have to listen to the typing because we're in break. We actually got to a break today, guys. We definitely didn't get to a break on Thursday. What do you mean, yeah, Warded? He also wrote it down. Can you not see that he wrote it down? Hydrate? I can hydrate. Oh, you can't see it. He definitely has. He definitely has written it down, fictional. He wrote it down a little bit before you did. I wasn't just calling you Warded or anything. He did write it like a split second or two before you did. I forgot you were having problems with your chat, yesterday. Break on Thursday was significantly longer, yeah. Yeah, it nearly turned into a permanent fucking break. If it wasn't for Leo, I possibly would have never streamed again. You only work 3 more hours. Have fun at work. We're waiting for my break to finish. And we're listening to this beautiful typing. You don't want it? You don't want to go home? Or you don't want to have fun? You should always aim to have fun. Alright, break has ended. Alright. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. They can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things, their voices, their clothes, their hair. Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks? No, I don't think so. You've seen monkeys like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they're obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually, but you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. That's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia, huh? Didn't even know that kind of thing existed. Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't got entirely over his head. And, what were we talking about? The idea that your brain is just an output device like a monitor. Are you serious about that stuff? Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it. What about the other half? Well, I guess it was just adulting. Not funny. Lotus smile had something rather masochistic to it. It's nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But it looks like I don't need to talk anymore. Why? I don't have to kill time any longer. As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and bore it down on the enter key. The program took only seconds to analyze the system. Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinking and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted. Piece of cake. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. I don't know. I can pat myself on the back without looking ridiculous. I'm doing it right now. You're on a time limit and she's going on about this. Well, I mean, to be fair, she was also programming to get into the... She was hacking the system at the same time, you know? I think it's really interesting. I've always wondered about that. Like, that's been something that I've always wondered about. Like, is our brain really what makes us us? Is there a possibility that, like, there's something else? Not really a soul or anything, but, like, if your body is more complicated than we give it credit for? Pinos? She's still clicking away? She's always clicking away. She activated her trap card? She did. Those absolutely look at home in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Episode. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. What the hell was that? No idea. It looks like a puzzle. Suddenly, Lotus stood up. Huh? Are you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See the keyboard? Nothing. There's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, alright? I did my part. She did! He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run complete aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. From here on out, he told himself, he would rely on no one else. Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Oh, wait. I'm a bit sad they told me that. I could have probably done that myself. Alright, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Boobs help me? Fuck that shit. I'm on my own forever. Hey, when you've got the power of Boober on side. Look, Junpei, the lights in the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on A deck. It does! I wrote it down. I wrote down the key. Earth is on A deck. Saturn and Sun are on C deck. Every skill in the next under 9 hours to be self-sufficient. Exactly. He can't let the boobs win. If the boobs solve their case before him, then what does he have in life? I'll do my part. I didn't do a fucking shit. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright, then Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now as for the other key. What key is this? From the shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh, what is it? I wonder, do you think maybe this is the activation key for that thing? The activation key? Yes, it has to be. I feel good about this. Yeah, it's for the other thing. Can't let the boobs beat me. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute? He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover. What's up? I wanted to ask you something. Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird? Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him. He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However... Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it. Okay. Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, I mean, was he born... You're talking about his eyes. Yeah, no. He wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got into an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm. His arm? Yeah, my brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm. Is that all you wanted to ask me? Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded. Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff. Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. Did we ever see Snake use his arm? Clean off some board. Have fun. Have fun. I wrote down that he only has one arm. This key, the shapes sure make it seem like it goes in this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now, and it's full of letters. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to the experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Tapping on his keyboard isn't doing squat. It says power restored to experimental device. Okay. The only thing about the room that's changed is that the lever is down now. Not very impressive. Okay. Something sticking out of the mannequin's hand, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? Huh. Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. Mannequin lying on the exam table. I can't really see very well, but it looks like there are a bunch of electrodes sticking out of its head. Oh, head, not hand. Head, not hand. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under the table. Junpei, this thing in here is on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Well, maybe she's missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. The monitor. Mannequin. What about this table here? It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff of the cables. I can see the wires inside. Rack. There's some cables in the top with copper exposed. Okay. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. Mannequin looks so sad. I gotta admit, I'm starting to feel kind of sorry for it. Maybe if you increase the voltage. Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage. Hey, wait, Clover. Oh, shit. Danger, danger. High voltage. What? I think, Oh my god. The mannequin's head. Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. Oh, what the hell? Fire detected. Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. The control device for the electronic door lock. The green light is on. Junpei, look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system has activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei, come on, kid, jump. He's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. Well, we killed a robot, guys. And we're out of the room. Look at that. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down.
Shut up, how much of a friend he is. Fucking friend. Oh, friend! Friend! Fucking football friend!
I never thought he'd get that wound up.
Never thought he'd get that wound up, guys. Never thought he'd get that wound up. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down. All right, let's go. They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked. Soon, they had tried all of the doors but one. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt that voice belonged to Jumpy! He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them. June, Santa, and 7. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey! What are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Guys, could you come over here? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It was C deck in the upper left corner. It said C deck in the upper left corner. Most likely they assumed it was a map for the floor they were on. Door 7 and Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. Okay. Then you also had door 4, right? Which would have been the other room. In fact. Yeah, isn't that what I said? Till we find a 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to wariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded, their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Whoop! They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'd be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile. Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. 7 smiled. Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need. The key? Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here, right. So, keys. We had Earth in door 5, and then they just had Jupiter in door... No, this is door 8, not 5. Why am I playing... Were they door 7? I think they were door 7. Door 7. Right. Here. 7 tossed something small metallic toward Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol. I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright? Yeah, got it. Well, I've got something for you too, then. Here is the Saturn key card we found in the kitchen. What? What? Oh, was the kitchen the first room? Okay, so we've got Saturn. What door was that they went through? It was 5 and... Oh, God. What was the other door? It was door 4 and door 4. I know that because I added them all together and found their digital route, guys. Oh no, I know I went through door 8. But if they found the Saturn card in the kitchen, that means that was the first room they went through when I went through door 5. But I couldn't remember what the other door was. But if I add all of their numbers together, it must have been door 4 they went through in the first one. Alright. Sorry, I'm making a note of all this, because obviously it's important to know where these keys come from for later playthroughs, so keeping a note on it all. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. Oh my god. Well, no, they're not telling me the doors, so I want to write the doors, not the places. Even though I've got the places down, I want to write the doors down, so... The Jupiter key, which 7 had just handed to Junpei. The Saturn key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. Well, he didn't even say the other 2, so yeah. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of the long straight hallway, right? Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs... Wait. They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested that they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3? Look. You saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It'll just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door. There is a point. At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3. Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace. Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me? Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equaled 12. 1 plus 2 equaled 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up. He doesn't like 7, but I feel like the guy with the overalls would be the best for carrying all this stuff. Yeah, but, you know, protagonist. I am the main character in this game, fictional. Therefore, I have a bottomless bag in my pocket, and then we stick everything in, okay? Plot needs me to have these things. Also, to be fair, didn't 7 just hand me the key as well? So the fact that 7 handed me the key, I don't think it was necessarily that she gave it to me because she didn't trust 7. It was because 7 already had given me the key, and she knew I had a key. So it was kind of like everyone just... Unless I just read it and completely forgot that she said she didn't want to give it to 7. But... I feel like... some of it was just basically... It was basically plot. Everyone had to give it to me so I have the keys, basically. It was basically just plot, but I don't think she didn't give it to him. I think 7 gave me the key first. Good luck with your morning call, Avia. His pocket is bloody big. You can get lost in a pocket that big, you know? You know, like, he could put stuff in there and, like, you know... It's just protagonist. It's just protagonist. Just protagonist. Just protagonist things. Damn, well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving. And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 will discover what lay beyond door 3. It's not even just a snake thing, right? Like, they need to make sure they don't have anything else behind there. You're finding keys everywhere. You need to, you know, have a full picture of what's inside. Okay, we're heading out. Be careful. Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus. Don't let it go to your head. I've been in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the door, the 9 door. Ah. The truth comes out. 7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense and pulled the lever of the red. I mean, even if she did care about him, after someone's like, whoa, boobs over there, how dare you wish me good luck? You know, of course she's gonna be like, nah, I just need your life, mate. Fuck you. My sympathy for you has now gone out of the fucking window. Have cosmic powers, workman chic poser? Maybe anything that goes into his pockets becomes a sandwich, right? I see a lot of mechanics with sandwiches all the time. Maybe like, you know, it's like Paddington Bear. You know, everything that goes underneath Paddington Bear's hat turns into, today, a strawberry jam sandwich because of Wimbledon. He tweeted that. If you don't follow Paddington Bear on Twitter, then you should because, you know, Paddington Bear and all that. But yeah, like everything under his hat is usually a marmalade sandwich or a... Yeah, no, marmalade. He likes marmalade. Today it's strawberry because, you know... Because of Wow, not today. I think tomorrow's Wimbledon. I don't fucking know. Wimbledon! It's tomorrow because they were going on about the Princess of Wales is going tomorrow. Finals tomorrow. Finals of the football tomorrow as well. There you go. I don't think an English person's in the final of Wimbledon. Or a Brit. It's Andy Murray's last Wimbledon as well. The more ridiculous things you never needed to know. But now you know. Wimbledon, in it. In it. Wimbledon. Wait a minute. What do strawberries have to do with Wimbledon? It's the, when you go to Wimbledon, you have strawberries and cream. It's like the posh people snack for Wimbledon. Strawberries and cream. Like, they're synonymous with each other. You know, like when you go to a football game in America and everyone's just like covered in chicken. What team is it? I was reading, like scrolling through Twitter. I think it's a football team in the US. Have like, you can get your drink and then they have like this dish thing that goes on the top of your drink. So, like you'll put the straw in the middle and like you'll have this thing on top, like the lid is like a bowl. And then it's got your chicken on top of your drink. Like, I'm not even joking. Wait a minute, let me see if I can find this. I won't be able to find it on Twitter because that was like a week ago I saw that. And all of this just literally is like... recipes. I want recipes. I want to see this thing. I can't find it. It's so annoying. But yeah, I saw it. Like someone... It's not a regular thing. It's just one football team. One football team has it. So like, you get a cup. And then like they've got a bowl of chicken on top. So like it keeps your food and your drink together, right? And it looked so cool. And I should have saved the tweet. Did I like the tweet? I might not have liked the tweet either. I wish I'd liked the tweet. Who do I follow that goes on about football? It might not even be Twitter now I'm thinking about it. It might have been on Instagram. Oh, I follow so many people on Instagram that do American football. I might have just scrolled through it on Instagram. Did I'm sure I didn't dream it. If I have dreamt it, then I need to, like, make that a thing, right? Let me have a quick look at the Blue Meanie. No. Oh. That's gonna really bug me now. Yeah, chicken at a Georgia game once. Also turkey legs for a Thanksgiving game. Could this have been a late night shower hallucinate? It's real, guys. It's real. The chicken cup. No, whatever I look at, it's just full of fucking TikToks of Super Bowl fucking food and stuff. No, I found it! I found it! I found it! It's a real thing! It's at Yankee Stadium! It's not football! It was the Yankee Stadium! It was Kevin James that tweeted about it. No, it's this. I'm guessing baseball, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it looks like baseball. They're wearing a baseball helmet. It was Yankee Stadium. There we go. See, look. I didn't make it up. I just got the sport wrong. So yeah, you get your drink, and then you have like a bowl on top, and then you can put like your food on top of it and keep it all together. I like that. I really like that. I'm happy I managed to find that because I was going crazy. I thought I was going crazy. You'd hate that? I'd fucking love it. I don't like having like my things everywhere when I go to stadiums and stuff. So like having it all together, perfect. Absolutely perfect. GG for not being crackers. I knew it. I knew I'd seen it. I knew 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 it. I figured it out. I am crackers. I am not crackers. I'm a bear. How dare you? I didn't make it up, guys. For different reasons? How fucking dare you? How dare? Okay. Okay. Let's go. The door opened and Ace, Clover, and Seven jumped through it. Alright, there you go. They're gone. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. I am Bearmanade. I am Bearmanade. And now you can get me as Bearmanade with chicken on top. Sadly, I haven't figured out how to move that command and to mix it up yet, so that redeem is gone for a bit. But if I figure out how to do it, we'll bring it back. So cognizant. Not just making up chicken dreams, guys. It's like Homer Simpson's natural hat. I always wanted a natural hat. I just wanted to try one once in my life. Oh yeah, orange is broken. I don't know why orange is turned on. It's meant to be turned off. Orange is also broken, but for different reasons. The reason being I broke it in VTube Studio more than anything else. You can't just hit me with orange, but it won't turn me orange. You can clout me with an orange blob, but I will not stay orange. I need to fix it in VTube Studio. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. It would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. Immune to being tangled. Oh, I should get that sound clip for it, right? And when you hit it, be like, you got tangled. And only the Brits would know what that meant. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes, if we're lucky, we might find Snake. They were at the end of the hallway, lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei, open it if you please. Right, so Jupiter... Jupiter door... Wait, actually no. Let's put a mark here. And put room... 4. Ace plus cover plus 7 equal door. Me plus Lotus plus June plus Santa equal Jupiter. Alright. Big smiley face, because nothing could ever go wrong. A big glob of gat coming your way. You know what, though? Like, when I made the paint splat for the orange, I've always thought about randomizing the color of the actual paint splat and just letting you guys throw paint at me. But that would be a lot of work. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Alright, ready guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there are any reason we came back here. Of course there's a reason. Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky. Huh? This. Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets. Alright. No, let me... Alright, so... Jupiter... Equal... Back... Start... Okay. The Saturn key card, and the Earth key. Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck, huh? Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lois and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. hand-handed. They decided that the initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back here near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted on the wall next to the left elevator. He lined up the satin key card and swiped it through the reader. I hate key cards. I always swipe them the wrong way. And I can't get the door open and I look like a prat. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now. Alright, now, how do I call the elevator? There was a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was the upside-down triangle, the universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. It opened? Look, Jumpy! June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait, what? I'm not really, oh gosh. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... being locked up alone with a boy, 100%. It could only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator... Thank you.
I'm about to bust.
Wow. Wow. It is very, very Hank-Hill of you to bust after eating. Thank you for the bears as well. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. Bust after eating? Is that just pooping? Please don't poop on the bear. Maximum bear whacking in the tool shed. Whacking. And if floor below the one they were on, D deck should be completely submerged. And that meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. Does it want to be in a confined space with us? I wouldn't want to either. I'm a judgmental prick, to be fair. Remember the ending of season 1 is something Peggy falls out of a hot air balloon and Hank just goes, what? No, I don't remember that. I need to watch King of the Hill again. I love that show. June just wants to find July and leave May. You were supposed to think she died or something? Oh, really? I don't think I ever watched a full season of King of the Hill. Like, I always just call, like, repeats of random episodes. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes? So take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator. Sorry, I'm also eating chocolate. Not wet at all, is it? That's what she said. Welcome back, Lyle. You have been in the shower for a long time. Are you clean? Finally? So, I was eating chocolate. Shower / lunch making. Do you have a soggy sandwich? Because you made your sandwich in your shower. Here's your hydrate. Yes? Good. Enjoy your soggy sandwich. The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Is Shin ever clean? He always looks very clean. He always looks very neat and tidy, to be fair. Don't you ever just look at him and want to, like, poke him like the... Is it the Pillsbury Doughboy? What's the Doughboy called? You know the Doughboy, right? Everyone knows the Doughboy. I look at him and I just want to, like, poke him like that. He's called the Doughboy. He is called the Doughboy. I got it right, hell yeah. My trotter. God. After spending that long in the shower, definitely not clean. I just want to poke you with love, and you throw bears at me, Lyle? Bears? Really? You throw my own kind at me? Better? Sure, there's dino nuggies in there. He looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Oh, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Junpei put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to June and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How could the E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from whatever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. I see. So, is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it from all filling with water. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. So, I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But, come on, just do it, alright? He gave June Soda a reassuring squeeze, then hopped into the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly... I'm coming with you. Huh? At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut, he and June were in the elevator and it was headed down to E deck. Isn't that what he wanted? Why was he trying to open the door again? He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on E deck. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheek was puffed out and her mouth a tiny intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, then... Ha! Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? But there's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about that for a moment. We'd probably die. Oh no, don't be so casual about something like that. At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might be already back. Okay, good idea. Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go over there. Right. Then perhaps. In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of him. That door at the end of the hallway, there's something written on it. Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. I knew it. This is a numbered door. And indeed, there was a red bolt on the... A red bolted to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back. Yes. Junpei and June turned and headed back to C deck. On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E deck. Huh? So you guys found door 1? They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A deck, just like the one on E deck, the E deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the E1 door. Right, let's write that down. Adding for you. Thank you. It is interesting that E deck wasn't flooded. Lois was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6th door was there, right? Yes. Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. Pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost. It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. I don't think that's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, June, Junpei, and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equal 19. 1 plus 9 equal 10. 1 plus 0 equal 1. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus's words were all that impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Yeah, I don't want to go anywhere with June. I feel like I might have to in this one. I feel there might not be any getting rid of her. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room. Hey, where the hell did you guys go? It was 7. Ace was right behind him and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7. What happened? What the hell kind of question is that? 7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained. Snake is... 7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. Snake is dead. He died, just as the 9th man did. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god, that's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Wait, not that way. They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number. I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way. Hey, Mixie, how's it going? Where is he? The shower room on the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open. We can get in without going through the numbered door, right? Yeah, that's right. Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. You're surviving? Good to hear. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It hadn't been open when they'd been through before, but now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. He looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside. It smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It's just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. Oh, we got a message in blood, guys. We got message. There was blood everywhere. A few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. June, you should stay here. But please, just do me a favor, okay? See, this is what gets on my nerves. Is like they're all for Lotus having to go and look at these things, but he's always like, no, June, don't look. But when Lotus was like, I don't want to go near a dead body, you're like, you're selfish. 1.1.3. Anyway, we're on break. We've been on break for a while. I didn't notice because I was busy writing things down. But I'm actually going to take a quick break, so enjoy the break, guys. I haven't got names on. That's my problem. I can't see anything because I've got no names on. Shazzy yeeted himself right off the bat. Nice yeet, nice yeet. Someone clip that yeet. We need to remember that forever and ever. That was a good one. Veronica. Here we go! A cat boy has agreed! Sprinkles, here's your cat boy.
Job.
He's gonna do it naked as well!
I really need to know why we need a cowboy.
There's a way to get a first person, record him walking towards you. Yeah, that would be the home button.
Oh my god, what is happening?
My god, I can't believe we got somebody.
Home button.
Oh, I just love the fact that just standing with hands on the hips, great vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Is this good
I love
for
it.
you?
Oh my god.
And that'll be $10, Kelsey.
You are the super mod. I don't know what I'd do without you. I just said them. You can clip it, and you can keep the clip. Sean is the super mod. This stream would be nothing without Sean. Where am I going?
When they try to say yes, but they really just say ears.
That was the wildest take I've ever heard.
Alright, what is the time? dying. Oh my god.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Clipping that.
Once you can't feel love, you die, even if your body still walks. Wow. Half my bloody chat are dead then, aren't they? I can fucking guess if I want to guess. Give me your papers, bitch. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna say everything's fine. Have your passport back and have your ticket back and fuck off. What?
It had to be a parody called a how-to poem, and I wrote about it, and it was like, you have to be white, male, and skinny.
And rich?
Yes. And
Yeah.
rich. And you have to at least commit some scandal, rape, what was it, sexually assault.
What the hell have I done to me? What an Akbar thing to have to hear. Fictional, you never answered my question.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Welcome back. Thank you. I'm sorry. At 21, you're an adult. Clover's different. And Clover's different for a reason this time. Right? Clover's different for a reason this time because this is her brother. But even Clover, if you're gonna treat one person one way, you treat them all the same way. When they're an adult, June has nothing that makes her need to be kept safe compared to anyone else. She is an adult. Being 21 does not mean anything. Sorry, I'm eating the last of my encounters. I have 3 left. June Poison College University, I believe. One more. I need my counters. They're gone. The counters are gone. Alright. Alright, I've finished eating and I got rid of all the chocolate in my mouth. Please do me a favor, okay? Because I'm gonna white knight your ass. He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hands on her shoulders as if to shove her off into the ground like a temple, turned and walked toward the end of the divider. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Sana and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. And also, let's not forget, the only reason he's doing this is because he has a crush on her. Like, the only reason he's acting this way is because he himself is treating her like a child. Because he has a crush on her. Let's not forget that bit. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn into the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it. Just like Ace said, Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the ninth man, the detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. Wait a minute. Didn't he not have a left arm? I thought they said his left arm was fake. So it's not Snake. I'm putting my hoodie back on now. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes too were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the grey slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that, it's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause it to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued. Pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room, looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead, and the 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened. I see. That's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we've been assigned, looking for those parts. Yeah, that means anybody could be a killer. But wait a minute. What are you talking about? June seems shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually? Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers. Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you gonna gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants you to know. Or wants you know, not wants you to know. I don't know where I got the 2 from. What Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory. And you're saying that Zero was trying to split us up by making us fight each other? Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. Then, does that mean that the person who killed Snake? Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Of course he was. That was obvious. Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought. Where could Zero be hiding? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. A moment later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. I like that little flourish. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei said, that's possible. Oh, well, that's possible, huh? Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us. Well, what are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said? Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason. No reason? I've got great reason. And what's that? The bracelets. He held out his left arm. Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier, but if that's the case, then why is this bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet? Huh, you got a point. I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that? Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered. So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us, or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah. Junpei nodded. 7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right? Yeah, something like that. Alright then, I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right? Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation. So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake equals Zero equal one of us. 7 and Ace's theories are mutually exclusive that actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us. No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they'd believe him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up. What were his motives? His motives? Yes. Isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us? Oh. Well, that's because, Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea. I don't know. Lotus sighed. Oh, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei. In other words, you had only circumstantial evidence. Don't really think that's enough to go on, you know? Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Just when he felt he could bear it no longer. They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. That means we have 3 hours left. Then we need a move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you? Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something else, something somewhere else, very far away. We must go. We have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the two elevators. The Mercury card reader. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. Seven had given him the card. I found it when we were checking out the shower room. At least that's what he'd said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. The reasoning being that they had been to E-Deck before and no one else had. As before, Junpei sent the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as when it had left. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. Imagine, you're the, what do you call it, the canary, just because no one else has already done it. Oh, you've already tried once before, so if you die this time, it doesn't matter, you know, you can die. We'll allow you to kill yourself for this. There were only 2 floor buttons that they could push. The C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. Of course he did. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. This is the numbered door. This is the 8th one we found, right? If you got experience riding this elevator, you won't die this time, 100%. There were 2 numbered doors in B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. There were 3 more numbered doors in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on A deck. There was a 6 on the door on E deck. I'm about to bust. And a 1 on the door on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There was only one thing it meant. Do you think the next door we find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Alright, let's open these up. The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were 7 of them, all told. They were written on paper pulled from Junpei's notepad book, and each one bore a code name and a door. Why had they decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed a voting system. And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. The first one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, we don't have the time for that, sorry. Let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2. Well, wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man. No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that. But, just give it up, Lotus. Not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma. I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes. Barely. So, last I checked, that's not a crime. Maybe, but what about common decency? See, it's literally just slut-shaming. They literally just don't like Lotus because she's dressed, you know, in a way they don't find decent. It's literally just slut-shaming because she's a woman. Literally it. That's, honest to God, the only reason they don't like her. Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin. She doesn't even look like a half-naked raisin. She looks like a young woman. Trollop. I'm gonna kill you. Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. She's also 41? God damn. She looks fucking good for 41. Jesus fucking Christ, 7. If some difficulty... Well, actually, you know what? Like, whilst we all know we joke about people, like, being in their 30s plus, being old and stuff, we all know that in reality, in the world, being over, like, 25 for a woman, you're past it. You're old, you're wrinkly, you should put your skin away. How dare you try to be sexy at all? Have some decency. Sexy is for the young people, you know? We all know that's a reality. Junpei, read the rest. Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it. All of the paper save Junpei's been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. People who requested door 1 equal Ace and Clover. This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. People who requested door 2 equals 7 and Lotus. This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. People who requested door 6 equals Santa and June. This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through... Can I go through any of these doors? Wait. 1, 4... I can't go through door 1 as it is, because that's 5... No, we can, yeah, because, yeah, 5, and then will be 10 plus, yeah. And then... door 2 is 7 in Lotus, 7 and 9, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Can't go through door 2. But I don't want to go anywhere with Thingy. I want to go with Lotus. Maybe go through door 1. We haven't gone through any door with Ace yet. Clover's kind of interesting. And it's Santa that goes through door 6. I feel like we could do a June run next time out, because the game really wants you to go and do everything with June. So our second run could be with June. We can do... Because I feel like my first run was the June run. I feel the first time I went everywhere with June. So we could do a June run next. But we wouldn't be able to go through the door with just me. I mean, most of these aren't people. Well, I mean, everyone can't go through the door. Everyone needs to separate. We could only go through 2 of these doors. Like, we literally could only go through 2. So June might end up with us anyway, regardless. Do we go with... We've been with 7 and Lotus. We might as well pick... They were door 2, right? Yeah, they were door 2. Because Santa and June were door 6. Alright. Room 4 will be door 2. How young are we talking here? Prepares Chris hand. I just meant young women, so like 20 to 25. That's when women are allowed to be sexy in the eyes of society. 25 to 30, you can kind of get away with it depending on who you are. After you're 30, you're a grandpa. You should be going and having babies. How dare you show your ankles? Get in the prison. How dare? You're a slut. How dare you be an individual with a life, you know? My choice is door 2. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted. How could I do that? I wrote it down in the paper earlier. Let me see that. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. He had prepared 3 pieces of paper for doors 1, 2, and 6, and put the paper with door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. He kept the 1 paper hidden in his left hand and the 2 paper hidden in his right. Then he just made sure he didn't read his paper until the end. The rest was easy.
We look forward to working
Yo!
with you. I hope we can all get
Brad,
along.
how's it going?
Just joined the fun and games.
I hope you're doing well. This is McRadden Raid. Welcome in, McRadden. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, you were doing Death's Door? Is that the one with the crow? Or is that a different one? Oh, it is the one with the crow. Nice! That's a good game. I've seen a couple people play it. It's really fun. It always looked fun. For everyone coming in with the raid, my name is Annakumaa. I'm a VTuber from the UK. We do a lot of story-based games here. We're currently doing 999. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Not the police phone number. But yeah, we're doing a bit of 999 right now. I hope you all had fun. Rad, if you need to go self-care, please make sure to self-care. I really appreciate the raid. It means a lot to me that you would entrust your community here with us. But make sure to look after yourself and get some self-care in, because obviously streaming is stressful. And, well, not necessarily stressful, but it takes its toll on the mind. Good to see you again. It's good to see you. I haven't been able to catch a stream. I've been very antisocial recently. So I don't really look on Twitch unless I know, like, Leia was streaming, and then I'll be there. I go shopping for food. Night. You go and have good shops. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Rad, and thank you so much for the raid. But yeah, we're if you don't know 999 has many different endings. So you have to, like, go through the game multiple times, and you have to get all the endings, I believe, to get the true ending. So we're on our first playthrough, which isn't technically my first playthrough because I have done one ending before. But I've only ever done one before, so I've only seen one ending, and I barely remember it. So we're quite close, I think, to getting our first ending of this playthrough. We are going through the true ending, so we'll be playing this for a couple weeks and getting all the endings. Been a couple of weeks for me, but now time for relaxing. Nice, nice. Honestly, Rad, I think you'd really like this game, to be fair. Like, I genuinely think you'd like this game. If reading it out loud doesn't, or like reading it a lot doesn't work for you, Steam does have a version of this with full voice acting. The reason we're doing it on the DS is because there's a puzzle at the end of the game that was designed for the DS. Therefore, I want to see the game's last puzzle in the way that it was meant to be designed. But you can get this on Steam. It's in a double pack with the second game. Where's the voice? Fun in not making a voice. Well, I say exactly. I don't do voices because they all end up sounding the same anyway. But no, I highly recommend this game. I highly, highly recommend it. It's made, if you know anything about it, about the other game I'm about to mention, it's made by the same guy that did the AI Somnium games. So it's very worth looking at if you know AI Somnium and enjoy that. For the Steam port, thank you, Warted. Thank you. But yeah, you go and get your shopping done, Rad. I appreciate the raid so very much. It's been a very tough week here at a Work 89 Twitch. We've had a very, very hard week. So I really appreciate the support and the trust you have in me not to mess up for your community. But you go look after yourself. You go do a look after. Yo, Avia, welcome back. How's it going, Avia? Alright. The rest was easy. If he wanted to go into door 1, he'd use his left hand and his right hand if he wanted door 2. Of course, if he wanted door 6, that would be simple. All he needed to do was switch nothing and say 6 had been the one he wanted all along. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. You got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside frustrated. Alright, so we know he's going through door 2. It'll be me, Lotus, and Junpei. 7 plus 8 plus 5 equal 20. The only problem's the other 2 teams. June and I want door 6. Clover and I chose door 1. It's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Everyone was silent. Then suddenly Clover spoke, her face blank and cold. Why don't Santa and June go into door 1 with Ace? They looked at one another. 3 plus 6 plus 1 equal 10. 1 plus 0 equal 1. Finally, Ace spoke. No, then what will you do, Clover? I'll be waiting at the stairs. You guys are coming back here, right? That's what 7 was saying, wasn't it? That had been what 7 said. Till we find that 9 doors, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. I'm sorry, but I just want to be by myself for a while. You understand, right? There was no emotion on her face, but it was drawn and pale and her eyes were red. No one had the heart to contradict her. The room grew very quiet. Silence drifted down over everything like a blanket of fresh snow. It was Santa who finally spoke. Alright, I'm going through door 1. That alright with you, June? June said nothing. She simply nodded. And just like that, their paths were set. It meant that Junpei would be away from June for a time, but... These people knew each other when they were little kids. They probably hadn't seen each other for many, many years. Who fucking cares that Junpei and June were gonna be away from each other for a little time? They've literally only reconnected in this ship. It is so annoying. I do not care. It had been his choice, and he would have to make his peace with it. 7 had said they'd all seen one another again, and Junpei believed him. Ace, Santa, and June headed toward the central staircase and the number 1 door. Clover followed them. After seeing them off, Junpei, 7, and Lotus stepped into the elevator behind them and descended to the bottom deck. Right, we're going through door 2. Let me just write this down. Door 2. 7 plus Lotus. Whoop. I know. They stepped off of the elevator and headed for door 2. One by one, they put their palms onto the recognition device and set 3 asterisks blinked to life on its screen. The door opened, and they leapt inside. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of the bracelets. Bloop. It stopped. Yeah, it stopped. Thank you for the hydrate. Let us hope that Junpei, Lotus, and Seven do not get hydrated from the gods above, or as we say in reality, be flooded by D-Deck. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Seven and Lotus were breathing hard and fast. It was the third time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again. It was a short hallway with 5 doors along the walls. There were 3 doors along the left wall, and a single one on the right. At the end of the hallway, the 5th door was covered by a thick metal plate. Junpei didn't think they'd be able to open it. After taking a look around the room himself, Seven spoke. They don't be flooded by D's. Alright, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You two okay with that? Yeah, no problem. Sure thing. Seven nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him. Lotus looked at the doors for a moment, then headed for the one in the center. At last, Junpei was left alone. Oh, I guess I'd better get started too. He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. Okay. That's where... So why is Boobs dressed this way? I don't know. We haven't really got a backstory for that. Because she's not a dancer, so this isn't a uniform. Maybe she was like... Because she likes it. That could be a reason. But like, they were kidnapped in the middle of the night. So it could have been as easy as that was just what she was wearing that day. Because she went to like a class or a party or something. It's not really a hacker uniform, so it's not her out. Well, she's not even a hacker. Well, she's not even a hacker. She's just a security. I don't know what I'm going on about. But yeah, it's not really explained why any of them are the way they are, other than Junpei. We're the only ones we know how they got and why they, well, when they got kidnapped. I'll go through all the doors. Okay. She was wearing that outfit. She might have been. It looks like comfortable pajamas, actually. There's a dirty blanket on the bed. And this is a mess. It's not even a bed anymore. Can't say I'd want to sleep there. The bed is really dirty. Toilet paper tube, huh? I seriously doubt I'm gonna need this for anything. Oh, this part is thinner than the rest. In fact, this doesn't really look like it's part of the rest of the thing. This rod feels loose. Maybe if I give it a couple turns. Here we go. Hey, this is a screwdriver shaft. It's missing a handle, though. Even if we run into a screw, it fits. We're gonna have the hard time of it without a handle. But if we can find a handle, maybe then it'll do us some good. Okay. It looks like the rod comes out easily enough, but I don't think the rest of that is going anywhere. Okay. A symbol in a toilet lid, huh? Seems a little fishy to me. It's a sun symbol, but it doesn't look like the ones on the doors. The sun symbol. This toilet's pretty nasty to begin with, but the inside's even worse. Honestly, I'm amazed you could bring yourself to touch it. Ha! There's way nastier stuff out there in the world than a gross toilet. You're a real deep thinker, aren't you? Probably the nastiest toilet I've ever seen. Seven didn't think twice about touching it. She didn't hint. She literally said she left. She literally said that she left. It's not a spoiler. The creator says that in a Q&A. Well, thank you for ruining my guessing on that. Did anyone escape yet? No. She said she's unemployed, so it's more than a hint. Yeah, she literally said she's unemployed. I'm just mumbling. I'm not mumbling. I'm stumbling over my words. As I said, today is a very difficult stream for me to do. I'm very anxious and I'm very fuddle-brained, more so than usual, obviously. But I'm stumbling over my words. She has said she is unemployed, but did not give us a reason why. Yo, ABC. Well, actually, I've said ABC. It's Don. Welcome in, Don and ABC. How are you both doing? How are you both doing? What the hell's this supposed to be? Like a drawing of a whirlpool or something. What if I had to guess? I'd say he's trying to look like water. The drawing on the mirror that looks kind of like a spring. There's a little towel in the crane. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to pull it out of there. Might have to use our heads on this one. Alright, let's figure this thing out. The towel stuck in the drain. There's no way I'm going to be able to pull it out. Oh, it looks like the water doesn't work. Doesn't matter how much 7 turns the thing, no water's coming out. Has the water been shut off from somewhere else? Do you want more water in the boat? Been doing good? I'm happy to hear. I'm happy to hear you're both doing good. Alright, I think the way I'm gonna deal with this is... I'm gonna stick a... line, so... Seven. For the with sun mirror with squirrel and then Carl in thing. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh! So I'm just making notes of each room, as you could probably tell from what I was saying. Seems really simple. Is it really a desk? Well, of course it's going to be simple. I mean, it's probably like that so that we don't try and use it as part of a puzzle, right? Probably use a desk to write letters to your family or something. But this is a boat. I'll bet the only thing they used this for was eating off of. Oh, Kenny's not working? You're gonna hear a beep. There's your beep. Should have worked. There you go, that's Kenny. I don't know why it didn't work. Beep. Oh, what the hell? It's not opening. Are you getting ready to leave on Monday today, Lel? Are you doing your packing? I heard 2 beep lying. Did you? Well, I guess it goes boop. It was just my tablet turning on. There's something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. The pair of screws screwed into the desk, right on the top of the drawer. Doesn't matter how old this thing is, we're gonna have a tough time if we just try and break it open. Probably gonna be a pain, but I think we need to figure out a way to get those screws off. Pair of screws holding the drawer in place. Yeah, right. I need a handle. Alright. I need the right drawer. Drawer. Desk. With 2 screws. Doing it for tomorrow, I'm just taking care of plants and clothes washing at the moment. Nice, nice. I hope your day goes well, buddy. I hope it goes well. So I saw this in a different Discord server. Sport is a save. You click this link, you get 50 hand. The others know about this. The mods to the way in case happens, they'll ban them. Send info. Yeah, we all know about these kind of things, but thank you for letting Fig know about it. So there's this door here. There's nothing in the drawer, right? So This one has Lotus. Nothing in the drawer. Yeah. Something's not right, though. That handle on the drawer doesn't really fit, you know? It just looks messy. Why don't you take it out? So there's a mirror on the other side of the drawer. Interesting. It's kind of an odd shape, and it looks like someone's attached the handle with a screw. After the fact. Right. Somebody made some wavy blue lines in this mirror with paint. Right, we've got wavy blue lines. Mirror. With wavy blue lines. Is that drawing of a blue scarf? No, maybe not. Okay. This drain is kind of weird shape for a drain. You think they made it that shape? For a reason or just for fun? Hey, Candle, how's it going? There's no knob on this faucet. There's no way we can get the water out of it like this. If we can find a knob or something that'll work as one, then we should be able to get water to come out of the thing. Alright, well, I know what's happening there. This paper seems to be pretty old. Ew, how the hell can you touch that? It's horrible. Well, it's not like I've really got a choice, do I? Not like I want to. Wasn't he complaining about Seven touching the toilet earlier? How's everyone doing? I've used toilet paper. Well, it's old and it's kind of grossing me out, but there's nothing suspicious about it. Alright, so this is toilet with moon? Kiwis are funny birds. Just knowing. I thought kiwis did have wings. I thought kiwis had little wings. Half-used toilet paper. I was gonna ask, how is that like a half-used roll? Sure, but it's not half-used, really, right? Unless people are like rubbing their bits with it and then putting it back on the thing. A moon? What a filthy, disgusting moon. Yeah, it's pretty filthy, but it's a precious hint. Let's remember it, alright? What? Oh, kiwis are just the pairs with a sharp bit and feet. I genuinely thought they had little wings. But also, welcome in, Yarrow. How are you doing? Let me have a look at a kiwi. Oh, yeah, no, of course they just look like that. I forgot. I don't know why I've added, like, little wings to them in my head. I fucking love kiwis. Kiwis are so cute. Ah, yes. Here we go, guys. The most important picture in the world. How the kiwi works. Yo! That might be why I thought that. So, I forgot to mention this to you, Steer Pike, but when I was watching you play Toki the other day, I don't know why, but I always got Toki and the New Zealand story mixed up. So when I first saw that you were playing Toki, I was like, oh, he's playing the New Zealand story in my head. And then I went in and saw it was the monkey. I was like, oh no, it's this game. And I know this game as well. But that's probably why, because I've been looking at the New Zealand story ever since, because I'm thinking of playing that on stream soon. But yes, this is the kiwi, guys. I feel like that would still be a fully... Yeah, true. What's the point in them even? I would kick a kiwi. Of course you would kick a kiwi. You kick everything. You kick absolutely everything. I've definitely seen doodles of kiwis with wings. That's correct. Perfect diagram. Apes, kiwis, easily messed up. Exactly, exactly. Leo looks like a little bit of a kiwi. Leo also said something. Wait a minute. I missed his comment, I think. Did he say something? Do you know why 7 is afraid of Lotus? No. Why is 7 afraid of Lotus? That's the most important infograph. Alright. Because 7, 8, 9. Okay. Okay, that was kind of funny. I'm so happy that just instantly went to that. There you go, guys. The most important thing you could ever look at. Like, a bronze is broken as well, but I can probably fix it that way. So let's do a quick boop. Oh, here's a kiwi. Look at this. Look at this bird. This bird looks as pathetic as Scooby looks right now. Look at him. Don't worry, I'm getting you a link. Or is this the one? Wait, I could look at both of them. God damn, Fig. God damn. Just kiwi pictures. Just kiwi pictures for you all. The poor dead mama bird. Fictional. You're putting on dead birds in here. I don't know. It must be so annoying to not have hands or wings. Yeah. I never thought about that. How do they get around and do things? I'm guessing they just use their beak constantly. They're just fuzzy little guys. Fuzzy little guys, you know? How do they scratch their noses? The beaks, do beaks ever get itchy? Like a snake would, but easier because legs. I guess they'd be able to scratch their nose with their foot, right? Like kind of how dogs try to scratch everything with their back leg. You know, you just see a kiwi like scratching itself with its leg, right? Is that how kiwis work? Right, we're gonna go into an ad in a minute. Can I ask my mod team, when I get up and go and get some more water, if they could do the shout-outs for me for all the streamers that have been in stream today? There's 5 species of kiwi. Are they all delicious, Candle? Can you rank them in deliciousness, please? I will be back, but I need to fill up my water. I can try. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will be right back after the breaks. After this break. After this ad.
Cool.
Well. Like, if you see them pop out of a vent, can you just shout that you've seen them pop out of a vent?
Shut the fuck up, Anna! Gosh dang it, Cherry! Oh my god, I had no idea she was in there and I was like, oh fuck!
It was so scary! She just fucking showed up! Give me a second, guys. We need to answer the question. What do you think of mermaids? Okay, can we get a Yarrow answer on this? What do you think of mermaids?
So happy to see you.
Shut the fuck up, Elmo. I've had enough of you. You are an asshole, Elmo. My name is Ruinosku Naruhodo. Why? Wait a minute, I'll turn off the microphone. I'm treating myself. Oh god, there's a lot of them. I'm being hit by a lot of stuff. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is never ending. Something donate thousands of bits. Oh, oh no, I think I'm gonna fiddle with the bits bit. Nothing happened. Nothing at all happened. I definitely What the fuck is that? I'm tranquil, and let's get down there for this.
Okay, and while we were there, we were while we were
I can fucking guess if I want to guess. Give me your papers, bitch. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna say everything's fine. Have your passport back and have your ticket back and fuck off. What?
What was that?
He's gone Tiny Tim on us.
Please, sir, can I have some more? Please, sir.
I'm so happy to see you.
Shut the fuck up, Elmo. I've had enough of you. You are an asshole, Elmo.
With these, you can create fire.
Hello, I am back. I am back. Rad gets another one. Rad does get another one. Rad is fantastic. Did I miss anything other than the shout outs?
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Thank you. Watered and fictional. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. Do 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 do. Do do do. That doesn't even have a thank you in this song. I don't know why it came into my head. I had a letter, guys. I had a letter from the benefit agency, so I will open that later because no doubt it's bad news. No doubt it's terrible news because that's how my week has gone. Right, I refuse to touch this. I refuse. What the hell's wrong with you? don't want to touch it ever. I don't know why he's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Because he didn't want to touch the toilet. He had that, you know, entire reaction to Seven touching one. See you later, Don. We will be in Discord after stream, but we're going to be watching a documentary, just so you know. Nothing bad. It's just a wrestling documentary. Just hanging from the wall. Oh, we're pulling the string, and it must be a toilet that flushes. Was there not a beginning? There's a string hanging from the ceiling here. You pull it to flush the toilet. Okay. Okay. But it looks like a towel. I have to wonder if the design means anything, though. Maybe you should consider what the design might be. Perhaps that'll give us a hint. That bed looks cold. Pretty sure you'd freeze to death in the winter. No kidding. If I tried to sleep here, my skin would dry out in no time. Well, it's not like you're that young anymore. That shouldn't really... Again, I know we joke about, like, our friends being old and stuff, but they're just unnecessarily mean to Lotus for no reason. My Jumpy, aren't you lucky? It seems you'll die before you have a chance to grow old and hideous. I'm sorry, you're right. Dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. Dry skin's just not nice. So it's still a terrible bed. I'd never sleep on a bed like that. What's he going about a pillow? Pretty much it. Alright, well. We're old enough to even consider each other old. Exactly. It's just... I don't understand this hatred for Lotus in game. Lotus pillows. No? What's it do with the lighting here? There's just one beam of light. The rest of the place is too dark. I can't see anything. There's no way we can explore the rest of this room. What about... Oh yeah, we can probably use this mirror to reflect the light. Now I just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. Maybe if I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine light on. It's nice to see the sink lit up, I guess, but all it shows is the pipe. If I shine this light onto the mirror in the back... I get it. If I shine the light on the mirror, a symbol appears. The left one has the sun, and the right one's got the moon symbol, so... I'm gonna remember this. In the back. Okay, so... I shine a light in this mirror, then I can see some numbers. I can see a 4 on the left and a 7 on the right. 4 and 7. So 4... Right. Oh, sorry. You're sleepy already? Alright. God damn it, no matter how hard I pull on this damn thing, it won't budge. Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. It doesn't look like it's got a keyhole, and there doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. How the hell am I supposed to open it? Okay. And then I've got one door on this side. Bunch of tiles on the floor that spell emergence. Emergence. Maybe it means we need to emerge out of here. We need to do something with these towels to open the door. There's a door in the back. I wonder where it goes. I thought of that, and I tried a couple of things, but yeah, same results. Guest 7 wasn't about to do anything. Ah, well. Alright. We got a door up there. Let's go into items. Oh. There's a spring at the bottom of the river. Yeah, I guess I can see that. Are you talking about the towel you've got? Yeah, I guess it does look a lot like that thing on the mirror. Yeah, the spring on the towel has got to be indicating the picture on this mirror. And the mirror is indicating the sink, right? But the picture looks like a spring with water, and the sink is all dried out. Throw with a mirror on the back, huh? Where the hell did you find this? The handle looks like all weird too. Like, maybe somebody put it with a screw that wasn't supposed to go there. I need a handle. Because that's the sink on the other side of the room, right? We took the drawer out, but nothing happened. Of course, there's no way you could hide a puzzle with something in something that small. Yeah, I know, still, Still seems they might try to. Huh, what's that? It looks like there's something. Huh? It looks like there's something in there. Damn, no dice. Doesn't matter what angle I got at it. I can't see anything in there. Doesn't matter what angle I got at it from. I can't see anything in there. Looks like a chair from for prisoners. And trust me, I don't think it's going to be a lot of help. Isn't that obvious? Look, I don't want to touch anything unless I have to. Lois is not having this. Does she really not want to be in this room that bad? Is there like a light source? Doesn't matter what angle I got at it from. I can't see anything in there. But there is something in there. Who touched you to ask? Who asked you to touch anything? That is true. Like, nobody has currently asked her to touch anything. Okay. There might be something in there. What is disgusting? You don't expect me to touch that thing. If you don't want to touch it, then I will. Good. Right, there was a number there too, right? Number, that's probably how many times you're supposed to flush. I mean, how many times you pull the string? Oh, okay, the strings, right. The moon was 7. This is what the moon symbol was pointing to, huh? They probably made it so that someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. If that's the case. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh? Did you hear something? I heard a loud flushing noise. No, not that. What is vile? And surprisingly, Lotus refuses to go anywhere near it. The moon symbol on it. Okay, okay, we get it. Lotus does not want to touch it. We've got it. We got the point. Make her touch it. This handle's pretty loose. Loose? You think it'll come off if you pull on it? Oh, we got a handle. It fell off. Look at this. The handle doesn't really fit on the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it. Alright, so combine. So we just stick this metal rod into the handle. There we go. The only thing you can manipulate in this room is that string. Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There it is again. It makes some kind of weird sound when I pull on the string. The same thing happened in the other room. That means... I don't know. Don't you think it's a little suspicious that the other room gave us a hint to figure this one out? You're right. The room next door is just like this one. So that leaves the dark room. Alright. Well, we've got... We can combine that with that. I use the screwdriver and the screw on the center of the handle. Maybe I can... Boop, 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 boop. Alright. We have... That is for the next room. Oh, never mind. We're coming back anyway. Sweet, the handle I got off the drawer fits into the faucet perfectly. Now I can turn the water on. Junpei, what are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. I can see that. I'm asking you why you're just letting it run like that. Think about it, Lotus. This faucet didn't have a knob when we found it, right? What do you mean? Just watch. Anytime now. Hey, water's filling up. Doesn't that just mean the pipes are clogged? Whoop, let's turn it off for now. So, did anything change? The water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? When does anyone not... Well, actually, I mean, she actually saved us in the last one, so... Okay. We've got this tile, and it's got these red, blue, and grey lines. What the heck does this stuff mean? Well, hell if I know. Well, if I know. Hell if I know. Okay, we've got the tile. Junpei put the wet tile into his pocket. He was about to turn away when there was a noise behind him. He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead. Hey, what's going on? You okay, man? He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs. Yeah, I'm fine. I just got a little dizzy, that's all. His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt. He was many things, but fine. Fine was not one of them. Are you sure you don't look so good? Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted as if it's distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally, he spoke. What am I doing here? Huh? His words made no sense. What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot. No, that's not what I mean. He shook his head several times as if trying to clear something from it. It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before. Huh? Here's your hydrate. His weak was knee. His knees were weak. Vomit on his sweater already. There's your hydrate. I've never seen him like this before, and I've known him for a whole 5 hours. He's never done this before. Never. I said I've been in this room before. You were here? When? Why? I'll light Nona. Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said. What the hell was that? Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth. It's right there. I feel like it's this close to remembering everything, but I just can't. Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide. That's right. An experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on in this shit. An experiment? What sort of experiment? They were trying to control people, or something like that. Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared at Seven as Seven continued. Isle, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were there in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here. Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements. Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case? Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped. He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again. The hole's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one. At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer. Hey, what exactly do you remember? Well, maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here. Seven stood up slowly. Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense. I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then. Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important. Seven drew a large muscled hand across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke. From what I can remember, I think I was a cop. A cop? Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 7 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news. Yeah. I was still in school. Wait, I feel like I need to write this down. Guys, I think his weaker knees, my weaker knees. Alright, so we've got... Undercover. Oh. Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over the TV and newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it? Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceutical that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. 9 years ago, he said. Thank you. I did miss that. Well, I said it out, but I didn't remember it. 7 years ago. Damn. Knees. My knees were bees. I said 7. God damn it. Nine. They told me a ship would be leaving that night with all the kids on it. They were going to be taken to some kind of big passenger ship somewhere out in the ocean. Oh shit, look at this! And so, Seven had headed to the wharf. He kept to the shadows and, before long, found the suspicious ship he'd been looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags into the ship. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. There could be no mistake. There were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized what was going on. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hand. Seven not dressed like an idiot? I know, right? That's a fucking Uzi or something. Also, can Wanted or Fictional confirm whether it was 7 or 9? Maybe, ABC heard me say Seven's name, and that's why he got confused. Leo, please don't confuse me even more. I'm already confused. It was 9. It was 9. 9 years, Shadow. God fucking damn it. Alright, Cabron was completely correct. He heard words, don't move, but they weren't his. 999. It does make sense that it's all 9s. It does make sense. I thought it was 16. Alright, I'll put 16 down just in case. How many other numbers do you want me to write down just in case? We can keep a track of them. He felt metal touch the back of his head. Drop your gun, came the cold voice from behind him. With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. 69? I could do 69. Boob, definitely. 420, of course, from fictional. Write down numbers 1 to 100 just in case. I will. Give me about 20 minutes to write all the numbers I can think of down. He felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Just write down 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, some combination of these. Ah, damn it. Shit, my head hurts. Seven woke to find himself lying on a hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? There was a small, shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often. I'm in a cell, huh? Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it. Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back towards the bed. He sat down. That actually looks fairly private considering the walls around it. He sat there for a very long time, just how long he wasn't sure. At last he began to nod off and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. That's over, it's 9. The voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open. Her, zero, ear, K, ing. As he listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. What? Go. Ow. Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt this was the source of the voices. For a moment, he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he found a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. I hope you like my grunting. Yeah, how'd you like that, you son of a bitch? The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. He did not fit in that. He did not fit in that. Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank. Hey, what happened after that? He'd waited long enough, but Seven shook his head. I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids too. Oh man, why can't I remember what happened next? Oh man, what happened to the kids? Seven. Did you save them? I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think. Huh? Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped and Junpei saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old abandoned building. Was that what you got from my... Was my sigh that of a melancholy setting of an old abandoned building? What does an old abandoned building sound like? I thought it would be more creaky. Like... A building with hiccups, apparently. He shook his head and spoke. Anyway, just please don't ask me any more, okay? More like an O sound? Oh. Okay, that was a bit of a weird one. I really don't remember anything else. After that, Junpei could hardly try to force the answer out of the other man. There was nothing more he could do. Instead, Junpei turned his mind to trying to make sense of what Seven had told him. The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before, apparently a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical had been behind the kidnappings and had taken the children to the ship they were on. They had been brought to the ship for an experiment, something to do with controlling human beings, Seven had said. The 16 children who'd been kidnapped were the subjects of the experiment. Seven had said 3 of the names were Isle, Light, and Nona, right? Like ook, but without the K? I definitely know how to ook. I have ook my ook before. I have a librarian sat right next to me with his book and his stuff. So, Isle, Light, Nona, a girl, possibly died. Nine years ago. Cradle Fountain is so cool. Alright. Okay. More like a ook. Wait, no, without the K. Without the K, Anna, without the K. I can't do it my way. I gotta take the K off. Can't do it my way. More like mine is screaming, sliding down into a groan. Let me... Kind of like a... Ah! How was my warded impression that time? I need a drink now. I hurt my fucking throat doing that. That one hurt! That one hurt on the way up! That was the new information. He had also learned that Seven was or had been a police officer. Still, there was little he could do with this new information. He'd learned nothing about the nonary game or Zero. He had no idea why they had been brought to the ship that had been the site of those experiments 9 years before. Junpei couldn't forget what Seven had said. The purpose of the experiment had been to control human beings. Should this absurd experiment really have been conducted? Well, yeah, we know this from the laboratory, right? How do you do in without K? Oh, how do you do it without K? From being from the West Country and not up north. I'm not a northerner, so I don't do it more because I don't come from Crazy Land, apparently. I know how to cook fried rice. You know, you cook the rice first, then you fry it. Experiments. Experiment. To control humans. Remember. Lab. Room. Mannequin. With wires coming out of head. Sorry, I'm still just writing some stuff down quickly. Crazy Land, Deer Pike, I adore you, but if you come from North, Steer, you probably have never seen Kay's cooking. You need to do a sit down. You need to do a study of at least one Kay's cooking, and you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. I said a bear fried that rice? You said a bear fried that rice? I can air fry your rice if you want, buddy. You want me to fry your rice? Cook it, excuse me? You can cook your rice before you fry it. You save time if you only cook it once. You don't save it. You don't save time. Well, you do save time, but you have to pay to fix your teeth. You just fry it hard and all. Who needs teeth? Exactly. See, Dogma knew. Yo, welcome back, Avia. How's it going? East Midland? See, you're crackers adjacent, see? You're not quite crazy like... well, actually, I don't even know where Kay's from. I couldn't even guess at Kay's bloody accent, to be honest. So I don't know where she comes from, but she's definitely fucking bonkers. She's a bit of a wazzock, that woman. With her, she's still cooking on YouTube as well. It's not quite as bad. We had some technical difficulties. That's fine. My life is one long technical difficulty, as you know, Avia. Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time in deep thought. No time for that, he chided himself. He had work to do. Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigations, thoughts swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, she definitely does not come from Plymouth. I can tell you one thing, she does not come from here. Sweet, got the screws off. Now we can open the drawer. There's nothing in here. Well, maybe the drawer's what we need. The drawer, huh? Alright, let's yank the thing out. Oh. Oh, look at that. There's a bump on the back. I wonder what that's for. Maybe there's a hole somewhere and those bumps line up with it and trigger a hidden switch or something. Hey, we've seen weirder stuff. Doesn't seem that far-fetched. Yeah, let's go into the next room. She sounds more Yorkshire, Lancashire area in it, probably. Is my upstairs She's living in my attic? She's living in my attic? I'd be a bit worried if anyone was living above me. Sounded like something falling. What was that? I heard it too. Let's open the drawer. Yeah? There's a sink, but there's no light shining on it. It's hard to be sure because it's so dark here, but I think that's... I don't think there's anything going on with this sink. The faucet is too hard to turn. That goes opposite from it. Blanket, not really a great one, but still. I barely have to see by. I feel like it's gonna see a ghost or something. Oh, there you go. Well, this drawer opens easily enough. Okay, well, it looks like we're investigated all the rooms. The only mystery left is that door. Alright, let's crack that mystery then. We got 4 tiles, and there are a bunch of the tiles that are the same size up on the wall here. So if we replace 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones we've got, that should open the door. But there's only one way to find out. Oh, I can... America! Oh no, guys, it's a word game. It might be a word game. They're going about emerge. Emerge. But that's still 1 out. I could write things down. Like, that might be the smarter idea. You don't remember this puzzle in the slightest? I can't spell menace because I don't have a S, a H, a I, and I only have an N. So we can't spell menace. Muck green? Sorry, I'm looking at these words, trying to figure out if a word just, like, hits me or something, right? Menace? There's no H! What are you talking about? I made it fit? My joke was that you spell menace shin. I don't know if anyone got the joke, but the joke was that you spell emergency. You can't spell emergency. There's no Y. If I can prepare a hint if needed. I did completely miss that. Make a Y. Okay, thank you, Avia. I'm not good at making words up. It would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that'd be 5-letter word. Nerd. With an E on the end. A silent E on the end. Can I see what the tiles look like again? What? Do they not look like this? They all look like they've got 14s in it. Nerd. Wait. Am I making this more complicated? As I'm sat here trying to make words and also being a brain-dead idiot by just putting way too many E's in there. Is this as simple as just changing out the E's? Because there's 4 E's and 4 tiles, right? Or I could make merge. No, merge might have a different letter in it than I think it is. Merurgi. It can't be that simple. Does that even make a word? It's wait, no, no. It would be Mr. GNC. The GNC Merg. Is it? Because, like, there's no hint, and I can't make a better word out of it. But as I'm sat here looking at it, trying to make any word, I keep just putting 100 E's and everything. And that's the only... It can't be that. Can it? Green, you can make green. That is true. Green wing. Green room. God fucking damn. Now Fick's coming in with all the fucking words. We know from words on stream that I'm bad at this. It's not this easy. Ah, wow. There you go. E is indeed a letter. It is a vowel, a letter in the alphabet, guys. Hey, did you just hear something unlock? E. Does that mean we got it right? It only, like, when I said the whole, I can make nurge with an E that's silent on the end, I suddenly was like, what words can I use all these E's on? And then I realized there were exactly 4 E's. Hey, did you just hear something unlocked? Does that mean we got it right? Does this even qualify as a puzzle? It qualifies as an easel. Get it? Because E? Yeah, it looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile. If you convert that to hexadecimal, it's an... What's hexadecimal? What's hexadecimal? I don't know what hexadecimal means. I saw the 14. I think I said out loud that I'd seen the 14. A16? It's a computer code? Like binary, but 16 instead of 2? I'm so confused. I would never have gotten that. I would have never have gotten that way. That would have been way too smart of a puzzle for me. Oh, 1 to 9, 80, and 0. Okay, fair. I wouldn't have gotten it. I wouldn't have gotten it. That was just lucky. It was lucky that I just realized there were 4 tiles and 4 E's. I would not have got it the way they wanted. I did see the 14. I saw the 14. You know, I saw the 14. Leo, is this what... Did you get this, Leo? Because you said you got it, right? Did you get it? Is that what you got? I'm interested to see. E by gum? Yorkshire is the answer again? It is. You... But Leo, you never lie. It's your least favorite thing to do. Someone screen cap him saying he lied. Put it in quotes. Basically, the E's in emergence are the 14s from the tiles. To replace it, that gives up the answer, right? Tiles. 4. Decimal. Kiss my ass. I know. There you go. Base 10 is what we normally use, 1 to 10. Base 16 just adds extra characters. 10 equal A, 11 B, etc. Well, it was too smart for me. I got it from being a dumbass. If I had never said Nurge, I wouldn't have got it. I'm not even gonna lie. If I hadn't said Nurge, we'd still be sat here trying to figure it out. Nurge was the answer all along. So, if we replace it, that gives up the answer. If you really care why it worked, let's just get out of here. Well, that's just very clever. Yes, let's go. I found it, guys. I found it. I found it all on my own. I did do it all on my own. No one helped me. I'm very proud of this. I've done most of these puzzles on my own without any help. Have I asked for help on any of the puzzles yet? I don't know if I have. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around. Thank you, thank you. I'm very proud of myself. What the hell is this place? The words sprang and bit into his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lois and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified. This room is really creepy. I think we ought to get the hell out of here now. He jogged up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. Wanted to just add it to the DM and I will add it. I'm planning on fixing the quote bot probably on Tuesday when I've got the day off. And like, I needed to get today out of the way to know that, like, streams weren't going to be hijacked by trolls again. I couldn't concentrate. But I will fix the quote bot by Wednesday at the latest. I won't do a Yarrow. The quote box definitely will be saved. I just... After Thursday, I've been dreading today so much that I genuinely haven't touched anything. Yo, I didn't even do Final Fantasy yesterday. I had to jump in and do my Beast Tribes this morning so that by the end of stream I can go back and do my, my today Beast Tribes. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself. Figures. It's locked, isn't it? Yep. Don't know why I thought that this one would be any different. Junpei looked around the room again. In the center of it was a chair. The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires. Beneath it was a strange glass panel. Junpei wasn't sure what it was for, but it made him uncomfortable. Whatever might be beyond the glass, Junpei couldn't tell. It was too dark. Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth. Parts of the cloth were stained with something that looked suspiciously like blood. Is this the experiment room? Is this where they experimented on them? You okay, Scoob? I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, buddy. Oh, wait a minute. No, I've got a break in 5 minutes. I'll text my mum back during the break. On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out. His mind began to imagine what could have taken place in that dark, cold room. Thank you, Orchid, thank you. The things he imagined were not pleasant. I also, I don't think I've said it before, but Orchid literally has saved the quote bot. Orchid genuinely has the quote bot saved. He's got all the quotes, and most of them, categorized and everything. So I can go back and fix the new quote bot, thanks to Warted. So everyone who likes the quote bot, which isn't many people, it doesn't get used that often. Warted is about the only person who uses it. Anyone that likes the quote bot, you're gonna have to thank Warted for it. The things he imagined were not pleasant. Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it, and tried to focus on something else. Anyway, we don't want to stay here any longer than we got to. Let's figure out the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on. There were some duplicates in there, yeah. I am gonna genuinely, mess around a little bit with the quotes, to be fair. Because, if you don't know, I had a moderator called Akbar. He is no longer here. He had a bunch of quotes in there about himself. They don't need to be there anymore. I don't think Akbar's ever coming back. And without him in the community, they're not fun quotes. And there's some other ones that they don't genuinely need to be in there anymore. They were very time-specific things, and the people who would have appreciated them are long gone. That being said, there's still a good 200 plus that are funny, you know? Some will need pruning too, yeah. I'll probably look at them, as I said, on Tuesday, probably. There are a number of ominous-looking tools and instruments here. Let's see. We've got an adze and a hammer, a pair of forceps. What's an adze? Wait a minute. A-D-Z-E. An ancient tool with a distinct blade. Oh, it's like a hammer / axe. Okay. A pair of forceps, and these other things are too old and broken. I have no idea what they are. Hey, doesn't this wrench look too new to be here with the other stuff? Yes, it does. I didn't notice it before you mentioned it, but it's not rusty at all. And among the rusty tools of torture, there's a wrench that looks brand new. Are we not taking the wrench? There we go. Precursor to an axe. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, to be fair. This wrench looks brand new. Considering where we found it, I have to wonder how it was used. Knock it off. I don't want to think about that. You've already seen plenty of things that are a lot more cruel than that. You're unexpectedly sensitive. Come on, let's not talk about stuff that doesn't matter, okay? We need to find somewhere where we can use this thing. Okay. Whilst I do know that this room was to apparently torture... Well, I mean, experiment, torture, same fucking thing, right? Was to torture children. I would like to see... I would like to see certain people have their genitals removed with a wrench. That would be... That would be an interesting way to castrate the cat. There's a whole lot of cables coming out of that thing. It's really kind of a mess. I can barely tell which is which. There's something on the screen. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above. Huh? I don't know what this thing is, but we gotta figure out this puzzle. It's right next to a torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good. Anyway, we just adjust the switches to match the blocks up on the top, right? You adjust the switches shown at the 4 corners of the screen, then press the check button. Jimpy, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. There you go, got it. Adjustment is complete. Now proceeding to execution phase. To complete the experiment, data must be collected from subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair. Whoa, I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this. I think this means one of us has got to sit in the chair. Well, Seven's never going to fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Jimpy. Collecting data. I wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's going to zap the brain with a little electricity. This really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, we've still got to prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation. Alright? Well, it wants us to prepare, so maybe we ought to ask what we need to do. Error. The disposal tank is closed. Please fill tank with water. What tank? Oh man, don't tell me we've got to do something with a water tank. Well, there's probably something around here to open the tank or whatever it's asking us to do. It looks like the only controls are in this room. I don't like the sound of this. I've also forgot my brake. My brake literally started and I've been fiddling. I need to quickly text my mum for a start to let her know the dog's fine. Yeah. Dog is finest. He dotheth a lieth. I don't like where this is going. I don't really want to put anyone in a torture chair. I don't feel comfortable with where the game might be going. Oh yeah, that's an ancient call that predates the acts. I know, right? I'm gonna look at this first. Red, yellow, you think the colors mean something? No idea. I mean, red looks more dangerous, but other than that, the bottom of this one looks like it's covered in rust. I don't think it'll move at all. These levers have got to turn something on. Of course they would. All they can do is turn something on or off. That's important. What's important is what they turn on or off. Don't say the floor is... Yo, Tiff, how's it going? Don't say the floor is going to suddenly open up. All of the dials are pointing in different directions. Maybe something will happen if we turn them. Ha! Shoot. They're all rusted. I guess turning them doesn't really do anything. The needle on the gorge is at 0. It doesn't look like it's going to move. There are a bunch of buttons here with the letters A through F on them. Let's push some of them. Down you go. So if I press it again, back you come. I guess these buttons switch something on or off when you push them. Alright. There are a ton of knobs here. Doesn't seem like any of them do anything, though. Do you think it's broken? Alright. The cover's bolted on there pretty good. Should be able to get these bolts off with the wrench we just found, though. Knobs? Knobs. Sweet, it's open. The hole's too small. You can't see in, even with the cover off. Well, you can't see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. Are you sure you want to do that? There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful in there. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Hey, I think I can feel something. It's small, cold, and hard. Doesn't feel like there's anything else in there. It's my heart, guys. Bobs? Bobs? Cobs? Corn? Slobs? Are you going back to slobs, Leo? Alright, let's see what this thing is. Okay. Oh, that's the sun key. A key with the sun symbol on it. We should be able to open the other door with this. Yeah, but we got to get out of this room before we can do that. And we're probably going to need the sun key to do that. Right, sun key. Lol, never. Lol, lol, lol. Right. This is like experiment room. Sun key. And water. Tank. Okay. Robs? Blobs? Jobs? Probably gonna need a sun key to do that. But none of the doors in this room have keyholes. I bet we gotta use it on something that's not a door. Okay. There's nothing in there anymore. What's wrong, Junpei? What are you doing on the floor? Well, I thought maybe if I got down here, I could see through the glass. It's not working, though. I don't think it's just a large sheet of glass they put into an indentation. I don't know. I mean, why would they do that? And the placement of the chair. You're not making sense, Junpei. What's your point? Well, I'm not sure, but don't you think there's something under the glass? Maybe the glass is one way, like they have in a police station, you know? Or maybe it's just covered with something that makes it opaque. Nah, it doesn't matter how close I get. I still can't see anything. Echoes when I knock on it, though. I wonder if it's hollow. Man, you ain't gonna give up on that thing, are you? You know we don't got time for shit like that, kid. Come on, that's why I want to take a good look at it. Think about all the other rooms we've gone through. You never know where you might find a puzzle, you know? We gotta be suspicious of everything. What? Why on earth are you putting your ear to the floor? It's filthy. Oh, that's weird. I think I can hear water down there. I wonder if there's water down there underneath the glass. Too dark to tell right now. These shackles are just leather straps. I don't think they're actually locked. Gobs, lobs. Don't say gobs, fictional. Leo's about. Was about half the room. I think it's made like that so that you can get around without standing on the floor. Set a door unlocking we complete the experiment. So in other words, we aren't getting out that door until we finish the experiment. Well, let's do that then. Of course the entrance is locked. It's been like that in every room we've been in. What did you expect? There's no point to try to go back. Let's just think about going forward, alright? See what you mean about Lotus? They've been horrible to Lotus today, Avia, as well. She's apparently 41 in law. So, like, the ages don't matter, because it's not like a Danganronpa thing. From what I know, they haven't even said their names or their ages or anything like that. And seeing Fictional and Wanted have been telling us their ages, obviously, it's not a big spoiler or anything. But, like, she's only 41, and they keep calling her old. And Seven, who's the big guy with us, was literally being like, you should have more decency and cover up, Granny. And I'm like, dude, she's 41. She looks great. They literally just hate her because she's pretty. Does chat have anything? The sun key shouldn't fit into the keyhole. Should fit into the keyhole on these manacles. Okay, they did. Japan in ages, 25 is already old. I've made that joke already. I've made that joke. They be hating old. He's also a few years older than her. Of course he is. Of course he is. They hate her because they ain't her. Exactly. You see, like, I said at the beginning, and I think I said it to you because I sent Avia an essay on what she missed last week. She got the full update, so she was up to date for today. And I said to her last week, like, in that message, or I think I did, like, nothing Lois has done is really that terrible. And they like to hit home that they just see her as a pair of boobs, right? Like, constantly. Like, it was today what you missed when you were on the phone. It turns out that she was, like, working in cybersecurity, right? So she's good with computers. And she sat down and she was, like, typing away. And Junpei, like, acted surprised, but it felt very much like, oh, I didn't think she was gonna be smart. And I'm like, why? Why? But why would we not think she's smart? Because she's got her tits out. And women are allowed to have their tits out. Like, our tits don't make us smart. Covering your tits up don't make you more smart than someone who don't, you know? She's actually been nothing but helpful. Yeah, like, the one thing I can get behind people not liking about her is the fact that she is focused on getting out alive, which is a trait that I said last week. I feel, even in reality, like, people judge women more harsh if they do that than a man would. I genuinely believe that. Like, I do. Like, and I said it again today, like, it's that difference between June and Lotus, in that June comes at everything as this, like, quiet little girl, little mousy girl, can't do no wrong. But because Lotus is, like, assertive, because Lotus is like, no, I do not want to do this. No, I am going to get out of here. This is how we got to do things. Because she's assertive like that, people are like, you're a bitch. You know, but when June has a fucking fanny attack about something, people are like, oh, she's just upset. Like, poor her. In fact, like, Avia, it's what we talk about, like, me and you. If we were in this situation, everyone would fucking hate us. Because we'd be like, no, you don't understand. We need to do this, right? You got to do it this way, you know? And, like, you'd have one girl that's in the corner like, but I don't want that to happen. I don't want to do that. And everyone's like, oh, look at her. Isn't it sad? Yeah, let's comfort her, you fucking bitch. Why would you say that to upset her? You know, like, it's that weird thing. So, like, there is a reason. Sorry, did you just say a fanny attack? Yes, I did say a fanny attack. Do you not say that up north? It's a very common saying here in Plymouth. We're old booby grannies, apparently we are. The fat is going to chest and not to the brain some more, probably, yeah. As I said, the good thing is that the writer of this game is more respectful to his stereotypes. You've never heard of that phrase? You know several janitors. Do you not know that phrase? We say it all the fucking time. Did you smack someone with a fanny pack? But yeah, they're like, what was I saying? I've got confused now. I've lost my train of thought because of Yarrow. I lost my train of thought, guys. I can't remember what I was talking about. A fanny attack is when someone's having, like, you know, getting their knickers in a bunch and stuff. Getting all rowdy for no reason. Getting upset. I'm trying to remember what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Short-term memory problems. You like the term fanny attack? I say it all the time. Having a Mardon? Yeah. You're gonna use that over it? Please do. I like that you use the things I say. And not expect questions? I wasn't expecting it from the Brits. It's literally something we say all the time here. I wasn't expecting you to get you to ask me. Dude, it's even on Urban Dictionary. It's literally on Urban Dictionary. When a person goes mental because of something small and insignificant. Where did it come from? It doesn't even, like, I can't find where it comes from. I can't find an origin of it. Only fannies now? I'm so like... Is when you're throwing a fit because you have a vagina? Everyone can have a fanny attack. Everyone. Look, this is probably just a Jannerism. If it was me or Fick asking, she'd be like, oh yeah, makes sense. But not Carol, you're one of them. Can't expect other... God. All of you people, none of you are cultured, you know? None of you. Attack fannies and haven't been on the receiving end either. Aww. Poor steer. Poor steer. So, Leo can sell you something to help you with that. I've never heard of it either. God damn you. There are fannies that don't know. You must have heard it before today though, right? Anna uses the phrase all the time. I was gonna say, I literally say it all the time. I can't believe this is the day I'm finding out nobody listens to me. If fanny attack was specifically a reference to the anatomical fanny, I think it's like... Well, like, it's a... Well, no, because, like, fanny actually kind of is a word that is used in British slang quite often. And not for that reason. That, like, it's generally a word that's used because, like, what's the other saying with it in? I'm not gonna Google that without knowing. I'm not gonna Google that without knowing what I'm looking because I'm not sure. I want to see what will come up on Google if I just Google that. There must be, right. We're deep diving into this now. What was this? Fanning about is another one, yeah? Or I'm getting, yeah, everything I'm getting is fucking Attack on Titan. you go, see, like Fanny Adams, which means nothing at all. Usually heard preceding by Sweet Fanny Adams. Also acts as a euphemism for fuck it all. I have lost my job and have done Sweet Fanny Adams since then. Fanny Titan, attack on Fanny. Fanny about, slash Fanny around. Apparently you could say Fanny fit. A fit of anger, a temper tantrum. Nine. Welcome in, Red. We are doing a 9. Pesco Incognito. So I had to go back up a little bit. I missed some stuff. Getting very angry that I'm the only person that knows this. Never heard. I say it quite often when people are like getting aggravated. You're going to find Pesco Incognito. I'm getting his Attack on Titan. The Fanny Titan, how could I forget? Fanny pack, which is weird because we use fanny to mean butt and you guys call them bum bags. But then I was growing up, I literally never saw a person wear them above their butt, always in the front. It was more like a front upper crotch pocket, also same. It was that on Cool Kids. We are. I like this game. Fitted with Minimum City. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stream was be successfully derailed. Anna is having a fanny attack about people not knowing what a fanny attack is. I am shook that you guys do not know what a fanny attack is. Like, I don't agree with this dictionary that I'm reading of British slang either, because, like, in the West Country, we use fanny to talk about, like, people being stupid. Or stop being a fanny about that, you know? Like we genuinely use it just as a means to be stop being an idiot. I'm sure it comes from somewhere. It's definitely not a woman thing. Like this dictionary. Like, not in the West Country, at least. Like a fanny is a, you know, it is one of they, but like we use the word just to be like idiot as well. I'm enjoying this game. This is kind of my first playthrough, Red. Sorry, you've just walked in as we were derailed. I am going to come back to the game now, though. This is all Yarrow's fault. Practical demonstration on fanny attacks. I know, right? We're going to think of now a poor old lady's named Fanny. Fanny's having it rough as a granny. Fanny attacks 9 p.m. I hate you all. I hate you all. I need someone from the West Country to join my stream. I need another Jana in here. I can't be the only person from the West Country. Apparently no one knows how to talk proper here. But there was a word. There was a northern word. What is it that... Oh. Like, it was a northern word that meant, like, to annoy people. And I'd never heard it before. Mither. I'd never heard the word mither before Sean told me about it. Like, we don't use that word down here. So there you go, for Americans. Just to show you how diverse the UK is with the way they speak. There are genuinely words that we just don't use in certain parts of the UK. You know? Avian, you knew what I was talking about. For a change, the Canadian and the American knew, and the three Brits in the chat were like, "You what, mate? You what, mate?" I don't know what he's barking about. What's the time? Oh shit, guys. Please give me a few moments to run downstairs and feed the dog. I will put you on a BRB, but the dog needs a feeding. If you go to London, they don't say please. God damn it. My number one fan. You are my number one fan. Just don't tell Fictional I said that. Please move at some point, though. I love you, buddy. I like our hugs. Did you? Did you?
Apparition, yes, easy clap. Look at that. No, it isn't shit. Get in, you Sean. Oh no, never mind, I'm dead. Bastard.
He went after Kudu instead of me.
Okay, I fed the dog. That wasn't Di, that was Kel. Yeah, Kel's gone now. I would like to also point out that my mum calls me Fanny Adams all the time. All the time. As well as bananas. I need to let them know that I fed the dog so they don't refeed him. Right. Are we all done being derailed by fannies? Has the fanny derailment finished? Yaru, are you happy with the explanation? Can we get on with the torture room? Never? Tough. Guys, don't eat your weight. Avia, why? I'm not, but I will never be, so carry on. Jesus fucking Christ. My chat. Alright, Sunky, in you go. And yes. Great, they're open. I don't think we're gonna need the Sunky again in here, though. This seems unlikely. Alright, Sunky, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. I don't think examining the chair is gonna be going to cause the machine to do anything. I should probably take a look at the monitor instead. The screen says to fill the tank with water. We need to find the controls for the tank, I guess. Well, wouldn't this be this? No, wait, I'm messing with it. Oh, here we go. And see some oil or something down there at the base of the lever. Yeah, it feels like it's got some movement to it. I should be able to pull this one. Alright, let's pull the lever. Pull the lever, Kronk! Imagine derailing stream. Imagine. Where is the Thomas the Tank Engine Eurobeat when you need it? I could agree to sweet FA, Fanny Armistice. Everyone pooped for a week after all that cheese? Oh god. Which has historically been unable to resist it. That's true. Is that water? What the hell? What's going on? Will you calm down? It's just water going somewhere. Sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor. Oh. Jinpai, look. What? Oh, damn. I can see through the glass now. Oh, wait a minute. I'm clicking on the wrong screen. EDBF. Alright, EDBF. Written down. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, now I need a B. E D B F. What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. It looks like it's been turned on. I guess the puzzle here was that the power had to be sent to it in a specific way. Did you enjoy my Thomas for you, Lyle? The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat subject in device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached. Well, like we thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it. How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful. Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it and you can solve... Junpei's right. If we screw it up... Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark floating underneath the glass. Oh, I hadn't even noticed there was a dead shark. Jesus Christ. That's... It's the number... The letters are in the dead shark. I just thought they showed up because it was bright. Fuck. Maybe that's why people think... Wait, I read that. Junpei said he could... That's somewhere. Why is Seven surprised to hear water? Because they're all dumb. It's full of deck that is flooded with water. Again, dumb. That happened to Titanic. Poor shark. I know, right? Perhaps they'd been killed by an electric shock. I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead. But... no one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair too, you know. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with. After her words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook. Look, do you think you could do me one last favor? Don't say last. You're making me nervous. Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters that I love them very much. Oh, no. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I need to write that down as well. I really don't like this. I wrote it down. It's been written down. No. Tell them that I'll always love them. Daughters? You got kids? Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had them when I was young after some things happened. The names are Nona and... Oh! Wait. Nona? Nona with the nose ring. But she has responsibilities? Exactly. Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him. Aeolite and Nona, those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were there, in the experiment, I mean. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Lotus took a step back from Junpei. Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly as if it weren't sure he weren't sure if he was completely awake. No way, it couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara? Lotus's eyes went wide. Wait. How do you know that? Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mum. That kid? What do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her? Seven's brow furrowed. I have. What? Yeah, I met one of your kids. When? 9 years ago. Where? On this ship. Why were you? It's not a short story. Don't care how long it is. Tell me, please. What happened here? Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before, every detail. At last, Seven finished. Lotus shook her head. Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here. Looking for? Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what had happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. So I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. Well... Oh yeah, we already know he's a cop. He was investigating 16 kids going missing, and the actual revelation right now is that two of the kids were Lotus's kids. You missed that just a minute ago, Avia. Sorry, I'm writing these things down so I remember them. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try to ignore it and move on. A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what had happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what had happened on my own. I would find out what had happened during those 9 missing days. What did you find out? Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who got missing came back, things were just swept under the rug. Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouth shut. Cradle Pharmaceutical. No, probably something even bigger than that. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Have you heard of them before? No, that's the first time I've heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceutical was connected to the kidnappings in the first place? I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does. What did they have in common? Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceutical. After that, it was just about connecting the dots. The hospital. The hospital. For a while, I was trying to get some kind of story out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story. What was it? Have you heard about the Gansfield experiment? Right. Here we go. Here's something else I'm going to have to write about. Gansfield experiment. I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were in the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling. 7 cleared his throat and proceeded to explain the experiment. First, subjects Q and A were put into separate rooms far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subjects Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at. Oh yes, I've heard of that. It's the famous telepathy experiment, isn't it? Right, telepathy experiment. Held at hospital. Sixteen kids. We never got the second name of the other girl that is Lotus's daughter. 7 has memory loss, but remembered a bit a while ago. Yeah, he did. Telepathy. Telepathy. Junpei wrote the word over in his mind. That's how the experiment on the ship was supposed to work. The experiment to control people, right? Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists, but maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceutical bought into it. Lotus grunted. 7 had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke. Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The nonary game, 0. Why we were kidnapped? What does any of this have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all. Then, in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling. No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device. Whoa, that doesn't sound good. Yeah. Okay. I'm going. Oh no, that's not what we... Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you. Right. Lotus sat down in the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor. Lotus, please tell me right away if you feel anything weird. You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man or June's gonna leave you. Fuck June. I don't care about June. Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down. Failure was not acceptable. Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. Okay. I have to, like... This is because I like going to look at the other side. Last side is done. Oh, this side is done as well now. Okay. The experiment was concluded. The experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. I can hear the door unlocking, and now we've got a new message. Release subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you out of it right away. Shouldn't take long for Seven and me to get her out of here. Let's get out of here now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. Damn straight. I don't ever want to see this thing again. Alright, so we didn't kill Lotus. I'm a little happy about that. Still worried, but we didn't kill her and she didn't scream. So... she should be fine, I hope. Outside of the room, a hallway led off to their left. With nowhere else to go, they started down it. They turned left twice before they saw the elevator. In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long, they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened, and they stepped off. Junpei, Lotus, and Seven nodded at one another and took off running down the long hallway in front of them. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless. Their destination had already been decided. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol engraved on the keyhole of that door, and Junpei had the sun key in his pocket. That key would open the door. It had to. That was the way they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. The Jupiter door was already unlocked. Junpei grabbed hold of the doorknob and threw it open. They rushed through and stopped cold. The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. Oh, well. 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold, but his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank. What the hell? What the hell happened? Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged towards the bodies, his movement stiff. He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist. Nothing. She's dead. Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket. Hey, what are you doing? He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified. The key. Give me the sun key. What? Why? Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back. The murderer. The murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies. Santa, Clover, and Ace. That meant the person who had killed them was... No. No, it couldn't be true. Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key. Let's go. Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. They followed. Doesn't matter though, right? Doesn't matter because they can't go through door 9. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Cut someone's hand off and take him with you. Soon they stood in front of the door. Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. Right, give me a second. Clover. Santa. Ace. All dead. And... Oh, yeah. But why? What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock. Oh no. Is it the wrong key? I don't know. Maybe? Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt it twist. The bracelet has stopped working. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the bracelet deactivates. Yeah. True. True. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame. What the hell is this? You mean the door was already unlocked? Why? How would I know that? Whatever, let's just go. Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out towards the bow of the ship. The bow of the ship, even. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke. What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch, a lever or a card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this? We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back. No, I'm not going back there. There's a murderer back there. There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging. I don't see any other doors. As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as if to illustrate that it was the only door. It opened. Nothing surprising, a simple automatic door. Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. I was gonna say, I'm glad the game reminded you. There's all kind of indents. Try sliding. Never mind. It has a motion sensor. Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before. How could their situation possibly get worse? Three people were already dead. They'd hit the bottom, Junpei told himself. There was nowhere to go but up. He stepped through the door. And whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared. No. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. It was impossible. Utterly impossible. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. A nightmare. Yes, it was a nightmare. And if he could just wake up, he was seeing things. Yes, that was it. This was a hallucination, a lie. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't real, right, June? No, the codenames meant nothing now. Canny. Can't. What? This is the first time in this playthrough we've come up with her fucking nickname. 3? Well, I guess they're just meaning the situation right now, right? Like someone's actually genuinely murdered these 3 people. Whereas we know someone probably murdered Snake, and someone obviously murdered 9, but like we know how they died by being put through a thing. This is 4 people now that have been killed without being blown up. You know? Someone murdered Snake. Snake! I know what's coming. Oh, 4 people now. 4 people now. Canny! Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest. Canny! Hang on! Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely. She looked like she got shot in the arm. Unless they hit like a major, artery or something, I'm sure she'll be fine. Canny. Jumpy? Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It felt warm and... Okay, she got shot through the stomach then. She got stuck there. Shot through the stomach there, or the back. She could be a shot through the back, and he's just feeling the hole, the entrance hole, and not the exit hole. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood. Oh man, Canny, what the hell happened to you? How did this happen? It was all he could do not to break into tears. Jumpy, I'm sorry. Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him. I might not make it. No way. No way am I gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise. Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy. Don't give me that. I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You've just gotta hang on, alright, Canny? You... What could he do? He looked up from Canny, desperate for something, anything. Then he saw it, a small submarine. A submarine? What on earth was a submarine doing here? Is it a little yellow submarine? Shot through the heart and you're to blame? It's a little yellow submarine. No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Canny. That was the only thing he wanted. Junpei turned his head back to look down at her. Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works. No, don't go. Please don't go. Please, just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Jumpy, when Canny! Jumpy, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time. This is a lie! This is a lie. I feel unless we're gonna be told that she was ripped apart many million miles away from him, that they're old enough she could have got back in touch with him. She could have found him, even if it went to their separate secondary schools. I feel this is a lie. This is being forced on us, and I don't like it. I don't like it in any game, any film, any TV show, any kind of media. This is boring. This is boring. This is how very boring people write love stories. I'm hoping there is a twist at the end of all this. Because I will not accept that, you know, this is meant to be a true love story. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filling with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. It's not even Japanese, ABC. This is like the most stereotypical and boring fucking love story the world ever writes. Oh, when we were kids, I was in love with you. But something, mumble, 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 mumble. Yeah, now I can tell you I'm in love with you when I'm dying. Mumble, 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 you know? Maybe they just take poison. What's more? Yeah, you know, do a Romeo and Juliet. Jimpy, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. They're not, though. I'm telling you, they're not. Catio and Chumpiette. Oh, Chumpiette. That's such a good name. But I also want to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that Won't happen now. It could have happened if you hadn't, like, you know, made this up on the spot right now when you're dying. No, I mean, yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Canny. You hear me? I promise, we'll go wherever you want.
Fucking friend.
Oh, friend! Friend! Fucking football friend!
I never thought we'd get that wound up.
That makes me happy, really happy. She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face. Jumpy, I feel sleepy. No, Canny, don't fall asleep. Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much. Her eyes were slowly closing. Jumpy screamed, even as he felt his throat go hoarse. Canny, Canny, Canny! They did the meme, guys. No poison around here, and the murderer is the only one with a weapon. Guess God, Jumpy should kill Lotus and Seven to kill him. Disappointed. Boring ending. Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Canny's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere, he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. She dead. She is dead. They're going to drown now. It rang 5 times and faded. 5 o'clock. Quietly, gently, softly, he sat Canny down on the floor. Slowly, Jumpy stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. The clock at the central staircase, just like one of those cuckoo clocks. Exactly. They have a yellow submarine, I know. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding steel. Why has he not got to the submarine? Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. Oh, well, they're dead. Everyone's dead, Dave. Everyone's dead. His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. It was a lake, a sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. There was no need to check. There was no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrist. Her bracelet. It was gone. He stared. It meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb.
Rimmer! He's dead, Dave. Everybody is dead. Everybody is dead, Dave.
Wait. Are you trying to tell me everybody's dead?
Should have never let him out in the first place.
All of the endings are bad. Every single ending, I believe, is a bad ending. There isn't a good ending. Or maybe the true ending is the good ending, but you need to get all the bad ones first. You want him to leave without Lotus and Seven. You know, I didn't know Lotus and Seven hadn't come through the door. You know, like, we were so busy with all this shit. I didn't even realize that they hadn't, like, why wouldn't they have come through the door? Why would they have stayed? When we walked through the door, why wouldn't they join? It's really confusing to me. The laugh track is good for this scene, is perfect. Gonna do it with a submarine anyway. I wouldn't trust him with a motorbike. I mean, he could drown in a different way. A part of him knew the lump... Wait, yeah, the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. They were being... fictional. You're missing the point that I didn't know that. I thought they had left. I only now know they are dead myself. But I still would have thought they would have followed me through the door as I walked through the door. You know? You're missing the point. From my standpoint, they should have followed me through the door and not be dying inside this room. I did not know they were dead, because I would have thought they would have followed me. Also, how are they all dying so easily? Oh my god, fictional, you are being dumb right now. Your question, you want him to leave without Lotus and Seven? My question was, wouldn't Lois and Seven have gone through the door and gone somewhere through the door instead of back through the door? Like, they have a submarine. There is a room. It wasn't until he walked back that I realized they were back in the room. You know, like, my point would have been they would have followed him, been out there, gone and looked at the submarine, maybe was in the submarine, maybe was around the other corner or something, you know? That was my point, which you were bitching about to begin with. I didn't know they were dead. I thought they were outside of the room. I thought they would have followed me, right? My question is why Jumpy wouldn't thought they would have followed him. But we're meant to believe he just doesn't care because he's in love with Connie. But that's not how I work. I would have thought they would have gone to the submarine. I would have gone to look at the submarine, then went, oh, why aren't they in the submarine? And then gone back in, you know? That's very brutal murder for it to be quiet as they had, for Jumpy to miss it. Exactly. This is like... Someone's not dead. Someone is definitely not dead here. See? Avi is followed by train of thought. Jumpy is one of the new 7 dwarfs. Is he? There's not enough people to be 7 dwarfs. He is the one dwarf, the depressed one. Depressy, the dwarf. He gave up trying to make them stop. Right. We're getting on. This is an ending. He turned around, the door opened again, and slowly, numbly, he walked through. Why is he walking through? He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple ear carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. And there goes my arm. And then he was floating in the water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly, he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? Who indeed? Turn around, buddy. One dead body lay behind door number 5. The body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room. The body of... This isn't Snake! This isn't Snake, though, right? Because Snake doesn't have a left arm. And this guy had a left arm. And I'm pretty sure I wrote the right arm down. Because why would they even mention that it was the left arm in this room if it wasn't? The 9th man is definitely dead. The 9th man never had a name. He killed him, basically killed himself at the beginning without giving him a name. I wrote the right arm, I wrote the left arm, which is the right arm, which is the left arm, which is the right arm, which is the left arm, which is the right arm. But this isn't Snake. Which makes me wonder if Clover had that face thing. But that wouldn't explain her being able to... Well, it doesn't even have to be. Like, they said it smelled really bad in here. And I'm sure that, the smell would be bad regardless, right? Like, the smell would be bad regardless when you've got a dead body. But they never mentioned the smell of the 9th man, really. So I wonder if this guy was just dead beforehand. And then because he was dressed like, Snake, they just decided he was Snake. I'm back to thinking it was Snake, guys. But that would make sense why he killed Clover, unless Clover wasn't dead. They never checked to see if Clover was dead. They sided with 9 people and he broke the rule with the doors. I still think that Snake did it. I still think it's Snake. Never did no arm. It's there. It's there. Ah. Do, 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 do. They did mention the smell in the room of the 9th man, did they? I don't remember. Like, I listened to it the other day. They didn't really talk about it that much. I don't know. This is still not Snake. This is still not Snake either way. The left arm, which is the right arm, which is the left arm, which is the right arm, which is the left arm, which is the right arm, which is the left arm, which is the right arm, which is the right left arm. Snake! The body of Snake. It's not Snake. The central staircase with 3 more. Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses. Those are 7 and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been a bitch. And now Jumpy would join them. Who then had killed them all? Who? Who? Oh! we might have a problem, guys. Jinpei let out one last breath, faintly. He felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. Someone... am I gonna have to live through this sappy ending more than once? We might have a problem. If the game wants to save, I don't know if this ROM can do saves. Remember, I couldn't save the game last time. So if I need to save it... Yeah, but I mean, if you need to save it to restart the game, I might have a problem. If it just lets me get on with the game again, like start the new thing, we'll be fine with the save state. But I don't know how they do the repeat playings. We'll see how it ends. Well, my main problem is more a fact that, if the game needs you to save the data at the end of the game, so that it saves it internally to know where you are, kind of thing, before it resets itself. If the game's refusing to save, or the ROM's refusing to save, we're not going to be able to get the true ending, right? Because you need to have the constant save file. If it just rolls into the restart, we'll be fine. Because we can save state it constantly. The end. Or is it? I don't remember how the game ends. It probably just rolls into the next one. Or is it? Dun dun dun. You have reached one ending. This game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to save now. Once you've saved, you can restart the game with the information you've acquired in this playthrough saved. Once you begin the game again, you can skip through the text you've already seen. Simply press right on the control panel to fast forward through the lines you've already read. Once you reach lines you haven't seen or no choices, it will automatically stop. The Memories of the Escape option has been added to the main menu. Memories of the Escape enables you to play the stages you have completed. It's recommended to save after this in order to unlock the Memories of the Escape. Oh, wait, wrong button. That's button. There you go. The save went through. We're fine. I don't know why it wouldn't... I genuinely don't know why it wouldn't, save last week. But we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I did not save state just before, which would have been the smart thing to do. I am going to save state as well now. Don't do that. Right, I'm going to save state this onto... And then we're going to press continue. Do I have to press continue? Wait. What button do I have to press now? Do I go continue or begin with memories? It's begin with memories, right? Begin with memories is where I'm going. I literally just read the instructions and forgotten them already. With memories, I thought it would be. Yep. Okay. This game is fiction, guys. What I'm gonna do... Whoa! But Fic is in chat? Is she, though? Is she? Or is fictional all in your mind? So there's going to be a lot of this next week. We will have new stuff, but this is going to be a lot of next week, sadly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save state this one to save state 1. Boom. That's saved to save state 1. Let's see if it's gonna let me just save. Could not save. I don't know why. Would you like to quit? It won't even let me quit. I think I actually understand why. Never mind. It doesn't matter. We've save stated. Load state. Boom. We're done. We're ready. We're ready for next week. We're ready for next week. We went over by an hour. I was meant to start the documentary an hour ago. I am sorry. I got very into that. And I kind of felt...
Thank you for the bitties. You've provided a very entertaining afternoon, Anna. Hope you've had a lovely time yourself too.
I did. I love games like this. And even though I shout at Fictional a lot, I like having an argument with Fictional about these games as well. She knows I enjoy arguing with her about stuff. Right. We are going to be going to watch Who Killed WCW in Discord, though. If you want to join us, feel free. It's a documentary. It's funny. You're going to get to see a lot of old men go, but it was him, but it was him, but it was him. And no actual real story on who actually killed WCW, which is pretty much answered by that. They all killed WCW. Let me have a look. Let me put some music on when I'm doing this.